Chapter 44-33. However, if they continued to do so, it would no longer be considered as boosting morale. It would be a classic example of a fool with too many spiritual jades. At most, they would be judged as a prodigal son of the Chi family. The group of escorts looked at each other. None of them dared to step forward. It was not entirely because of the lack of rewards, but because they were afraid of embarrassing the agency. Hiding the escorts, especially when they had to accept the test of the bandit group, was extremely difficult. If they did not have high attainments in this area and did not have the skills, it would be wishful thinking to even hold out for 1 incense stick's time, let alone 3 incense sticks' time. When the time came, the participating escorts would not only fail to make a contribution, but would also be embarrassed. This was not only a matter of losing face, but it would also affect their status in the agency in the future. Without sufficient confidence, who would dare to take the risk? How about this? As long as the person successfully hides the darts and holds out for 1 incense stick's time, the agency will reward him with 50,000 spiritual jades. Chi Wen-han had no choice but to offer the reward of 50,000 spiritual jades as usual. Furthermore, he only requested for 1 incense stick's time. This was the bottom line and could not be considered too high. However, even so, the group of escorts still looked at each other. Still, none of them dared to step forward. It was not that they did not want the 50,000 spiritual jades. In fact, they were willing to sacrifice their lives for the 50,000 spiritual jades. However, the problem was that hiding darts was not something that could be achieved by risking one's life. It depended on skills. W less than or equal to WW. Without the skills, no matter how high one's awareness was, no matter how hard one tried, it would all be in vain. If you can hold out for more than 1 incense stick's time, I will add another 30,000 spiritual jades for every incense stick's time. Chi Wen-han could not help but feel anxious. No matter what, no one could step forward. Everyone's breathing became heavier. According to this, if one could hold out for 1 incense stick's time, the reward would be 110,000 spiritual jades. This was an astronomical figure. However, while everyone was drooling, no one dared to step forward. In this round of hiding darts, there would always be a brave man with a high reward. This time-tested strategy had suddenly lost its effectiveness. It could not be helped. No matter how tempting the reward was, if one could not even hold out for 1 incense stick's time, what was the point of stepping forward? Wouldn't that be a disgrace? This time, Chi Wen-han was completely helpless. He could only bite the bullet and do it himself. However, although he was the young master of an escort agency, he didn't have much experience in escorting goods, nor did he have any talent for hiding things. He really didn't know what he could hide in the end. Chi Wen-han felt that if he were to fight, there was at least an 80% chance that he wouldn't even be able to last for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. He could only drop a big duck egg. Why don't I give it a try? Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. Brother Ling, are you confident? Chi Wen-han's spirits were immediately lifted, as if he had grasped at the last life-saving straw. Everyone else's gaze also fell on Lin Yi. It should be okay. Lin Yi smiled faintly. That's great. We're on the same side, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll leave this round of competition to you, Brother Ling. Chi Wen-han was overjoyed, and made his decision without hesitation. Other than feeling surprised, the others didn't have any doubts. After all, Lin Yi's amazing performance in the first 2 rounds was clear for all to see. This honorary head of escorts was indeed very capable, and they couldn't help but be impressed. Very soon, the 32 escort agencies handed in the list of participants, and the 4th round of the hidden darts competition officially began. The venue for this round of competition was not Magic Ling Square, but a seaside filled with reefs. 32 sailboats were lined up in a row not far from the land. There were all kinds of boat types, but they were all used by the major escort agencies when escorting goods. Without a doubt, these sailboats were the hiding spots for this round of competition. After all, most of the robbers in the South Continent's waters were pirates, and the dangers encountered when escorting goods were often at sea. This setup could maximize the authenticity of the scene, and increase the credibility and practicality of this round's hidden darts competition. Each of the 32 sailboats had a number on it. The contestants drew lots to determine their respective competition venues. Then, the competition officially began. Lin Yi drew lot number 30, which was a small cargo ship. Looking at this lot, Qi Wenhan and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. The smaller the ship, the fewer places it could hide the escorts, and the easier it would be for the robbers to find them. In other words, the difficulty would be higher than those who drew large ships. However, since it was in front of everyone, and all the participants drew lots together, unless someone was caught cheating on the spot, there was nothing to complain about. They could only blame their own bad luck. Don't worry, Brother Ling. Anyway, we have a huge advantage now. Even if we don't get any points in this round, it's fine. We can just fight hard later, Qi Wenhan comforted him. Of course, these words were self-deception. The Four Seas escort agency was behind them, and before the dust settled, no matter how big their advantage was, it was just fleeting clouds. He was purely comforting Lin Yi. I know. Lin Yi chuckled, and then took the small treasure chest from the staff member's hands. He walked towards ship number 30, and at the same time, the participants from the other escort agencies also took their places on the ships they drew. I'll say it again. I'll only give you the time it takes to hide the escorts. Remember, this is just a normal short incense stick, not the long incense stick from before, so it's best if you move quickly. Once the time is up, I will call out your names. Those who are late will be considered to have failed to hide the escorts, and their points for this round will be 0. Also, this is a hidden escorts competition, not a throwing competition. If someone tries to be clever and throws the escorts into the sea, they will also be considered to have failed to hide the escorts. Do you all understand? Boundless Sea swept his gaze over everyone, and then ordered, light the incense sticks, drop the curtains, activate the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, a staff member immediately lit a short incense stick in front of everyone. Thick, pitch-black curtains rose from the shore, covering all 32 ships and forming 32 hidden spaces. At the same time, a huge formation rippled out from the shore. Everyone felt their vision blur, and then everything turned dark. Let alone the 32 ships, even the black curtains couldn't be seen clearly. Even their divine senses couldn't sense it. In reality, this wasn't some sort of profound formation. It was just an ordinary smokescreen. If it was any other place, a slightly stronger expert would be able to easily pass through the formation, but this place was different. Right now, the sea fog was at its thickest. Chapter 44-34. The sea fog could greatly restrict a cultivator's senses, even blocking their divine sense. Now that it was combined with diversionary tactics and the black screen, the effect was even more unbreakable. As a result, the 32 ships in the sea were all sealed off. The competitors could hide their items without worrying about being spied on by outsiders. This was the only way to ensure the fairness of the competition. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn wasn't long, but it quickly passed. The 32 competitors arrived in front of Boundless Sea and stood in line. Very good. Everyone's very punctual. Boundless Sea smiled after calling out names. He turned his head and said to the people behind him, "Bandit bosses, let's begin." Everyone roared with laughter. The bandit group, formed by the 5 escort agencies and the various merchant guilds, led by Boundless Sea, grandiosely walked toward the first ship. Seeing this, Qi Wenhan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It was clear that the bandit group would search from the first ship down. In other words, their ship, number 30, would be the third to last ship. This didn't seem like a big deal at first glance. It was just that they were a bit further back in the order. But in reality, the lower the order, the more disadvantageous it was. This was because the bandits were also searching for escorts in ships. Even though each ship was of a different model, the overall layout was almost the same. Every time the bandits searched a ship, their proficiency would increase by a notch. After practicing on the first 29 ships, by the time they searched the 30th ship, they already had a clear idea of the places on the ship where the escorts could be hidden. If they hid in similar places, it would take them 30 minutes to find the escorts. But when they got to the end, they found the escorts. But at the end, they might find them in an instant. Because of his miraculous performance in the first 2 rounds, Chi Wen-han had high hopes for Lin Yi. But after seeing this scene, his heart immediately turned cold. If we really lose this round, we can only blame our luck. Chi Wen-han smiled bitterly at Lin Yi. There was nothing he could do. Who told him to draw number 30? That might not be true. The greatest trick to hiding items isn't in coincidence, but in surprise. As long as it can be unexpected. No matter how skilled the person you find is, it's useless. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Oh. Seeing that Lin Yi was so confident, Chi Wen-han could not help but feel energized. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Brother Ling, where are you hiding that you are so confident?" "Brother Chi, are you sure you want to listen?" Lin Yi smiled and looked around meaningfully. Forget it. Let's talk about it later." Only then did Chi Wen-han realize that there were so many people present. Even if he spoke softly, he would still be heard by others. If his curiosity ruined the whole thing, then it would be too late for regrets. As time ticked by, the robbers followed the sequence. Starting from ship number 1, the search continued downwards. Every escort agency could hold out for a different amount of time, but they all maintained a common trend. The lower the ranking of the escort agencies, the shorter the duration they could last. As for the places where the various families hid their escorted goods, there were all sorts of them. There were on the beams of the cargo hold, on the deck, on the top of the mast. In any case, whether it was something that a normal person could think of or not, it could be found in any strange place on the ship. After a total of 29 escort agencies, the one that hid the most unexpected was the Four Seas Escort Agency, which had drawn ship number 3. Of course, its result was also the best. The group of robbers rummaged all over the ship and almost dismantled it, but they still couldn't find it. Most of them had already given up. In the end, it was Chi Mingyuan who didn't give up. After going through a lot of trouble, he finally solved the mystery. It turned out that this escort from the Four Seas Escort Agency was not like the other escorts, who hid their escorted goods in various nooks and crannies on the ship. Instead, he took a different route. He dug a hole in a reef not far from the ship and stuffed the escorted goods inside. At the same time, he did not forget to restore the reef to its original state. If Chi Mingyuan hadn't heard someone say that the escorted goods might have been thrown into the sea, he would not have been able to find such an unexpected method. According to the rules of the competition, escorted goods could not be thrown into the sea, but there was no rule that said that they could only be hidden on the ship and not in the reef, so this was completely possible. However, even with such an unusual method, the Four Seas Escort Agency did not get full points. Because of Chi Mingyuan's sudden inspiration, they failed at the last moment when they were about to fill up 3 incense sticks worth of time. In the end, they only got 70 points after 2 incense sticks worth of time. Seeing this result, Boundless Sea gnashed his teeth in anger. The others had already given up. If it wasn't for that bastard Chi Mingyuan causing trouble, their Four Seas Escort Agency would have gotten full points for sure. In the end, because of Chi Mingyuan's actions, not only did his points shrink by 30 points, but he also lost the opportunity to accept the challenge. With his clever plan of hiding the dart, he originally had a high chance of getting 200 points, but now it was reduced to 70 points. No matter who it was, they would go crazy. Just you wait, in this round, your Heaven's Equal escort agency won't get a single point. Boundless Sea gnashed his teeth in anger. His expression was unfriendly as he led everyone onto boat number 30. In his eyes, with such a small boat and the back of the queue, no matter how well they hid the escorted goods, they would be able to find them in less than an incense stick's worth of time. After practicing with the previous 29 escort agencies, the bandits could be considered half an expert at finding escorted goods. As soon as they boarded the boat, they ran to every nook and cranny where the escorted goods could be hidden. Everyone had a clear division of labor, and they were far more familiar with the task than they had been at the start. Seeing this, Qi Mingyuan couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He was obviously just pretending and wouldn't seriously look for the escorted goods. But Boundless Sea and his group were so professional, and the boat was so small. Let alone him, even if they lost 10 people, the remaining people would still be able to easily find the escorted goods. However, after everyone searched the boat from top to bottom, they couldn't find the escorted goods or the treasure chest. Don't tell me that guy also hid in the reef. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Even though this idea was strange, if the Four Seas Escort Agency could think of it, then the people from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency could naturally think of it as well. It's just a mechanically copied method. It's not presentable. Boundless Sea coldly harumphed. He suddenly sent out a powerful wave of qi, forcefully shaving off half of the surrounding reef. This way, it was clear whether or not there was a hole in the reef. No matter how they hid it, it would be useless. Chapter 44-35. Seeing this, Qi Mingyuan's expression darkened. This was the disadvantage of being at the bottom of the rankings. As long as there was a possibility, everyone could easily eliminate it. No matter how good their technique was, it was pointless. Everyone looked over and carefully checked every rock. They didn't find any escorts, nor did they find any signs of being dug. Qi Mingyuan let out a sigh of relief. Nothing. Boundless Sea couldn't help but frown. Everyone else looked at each other and said suspiciously, "Does that mean it's still hidden on the ship?" However, it was such a small ship. Everyone had already searched every possible place. They had already fallen into the habit of thinking. Even if they searched again, they might not be able to find it. Seeing this, Qi Mingyuan was amused. This time, their disadvantage had turned into an advantage. After practicing on the previous 29 ships, everyone had unconsciously formed a habit of thinking, which became the best smokescreen. If we can't find it like this, then let's change the method. We'll dismantle the ship and search bit by bit. Boundless Sea suddenly said. "Ah! Dismantle it." Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that once the ship was dismantled, nothing could be hidden. If they really did that, no one would be able to last for more than an incense stick of time. Head Escort C, you're so blatantly targeting our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Are you afraid that we'll get a higher score? If word of this got out, it wouldn't be good, would it? W less than or equal to WW. Qi Mingyuan wasn't done being happy yet. When he heard this, he immediately snorted coldly with an unfriendly expression. Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but come to a realization. They all looked like they were watching a good show. So this was a personal grudge. Qi Mingyuan had just ruined their Four Seas Escort Agency's business. Boundless Sea clearly wanted to use this opportunity to get back at him. Head Escort Qi, your words are too harsh. I swear to God, as the judge, everything I do is for the sake of fairness. Everything I think and do is for the sake of making the competition more fair and just. How could I be targeting your equal Heaven Escort Agency? Boundless Sea sneered in response. If that's the case, then I was wrong. I apologize to you, Chief Escort High. However, let me ask you one thing. When it's my equal heaven escort agency's turn, you're already busy dismantling the ship. Is that appropriate? Chi Mingyuan asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. What's wrong with that? Have you forgotten, Chief Escort Chi? We're playing the role of robbers right now. Is it strange for the robbers to tear down the boat in anger? Not only did Boundless Sea not seem to be in the wrong, he even argued. This. Chi Mingyuan didn't react for a while and was choked by him. It was not uncommon for the robbers to destroy the ship after the robbery. Many of them even poured oil on it and burned it with fire in order to destroy the corpses and evidence. Head Escort Chi, if you still have any objections, I'll let you know. That's fine too. Us 5 referees might as well raise our hands to vote. The minority obeys the majority. That way, there shouldn't be anything to say, right? Boundless Sea pretended to be magnanimous. Then, he turned to the other judges and said, Can I trouble all of you to make a statement? Do you want to dismantle this boat? Dismantle it. Since we're robbers, how could we not dismantle it? If it wasn't for Chief Escort High's reminder, us referees would have been accused of dereliction of duty. Zhao Bufan and the other 2 said in unison. In any case, their 3 escort agencies were the same as the 4 Seas escort agency. It had already been their turn. Of the 5 great escort agencies, only the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was left. From their standpoint, it would be best if the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency didn't get a single cent. They were all jealous. Okay, then when we dismantle it, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Otherwise, our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency will be accused of breaking the rules, Chi Mingyuan said coldly as he looked at everyone. Now that things had reached this point, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't shed all pretense of cordiality with these people. If that happened, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency would no longer have a foothold in the southern continent seas. Even if he couldn't endure this, he had to endure it until the day came when he could no longer endure it. Chief Escort Chi, don't worry. The reason we're standing here is to ensure that the competition is fair and just. We won't let your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency suffer a loss for no reason. Boundless Sea and Zhao Bufan looked at each other and smiled. With Boundless Sea's orders, everyone disembarked from the boat and immediately began dismantling it. With their strength, let alone a small cargo ship, even a large sailboat could be easily dismantled. Of course, treasured ships were an exception. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a powerful genuine chi enveloped the entire small cargo ship and lifted it into the sky. Then, it shattered into pieces in midair. It was so smashed that not even a meter of wood was left, let alone anything else. Everyone's eyes were glued to the pieces falling from the sky. Because the escorts and treasure chests were specially made, they were much sturdier than normal wood. That wave of chi had also deliberately controlled its strength, so it wouldn't damage the escorts. With their outstanding eyesight, they should have been able to see it easily. Nothing. Everyone was dumbfounded. Boundless Sea was dumbfounded. Even Chi Mingyuan, who thought it was over, was dumbfounded. There's nothing in the reef, and there's nothing on the boat. The result is obvious. This punk probably threw the escorts into the sea. Boundless Sea reacted and sneered. He turned around and left. Zhao Bufan and the others looked at each other and followed Boundless Sea. Only Chi Mingyuan, who was left behind, was still confused. Throwing the escorts into the sea was considered a failure. From what he knew, Lin Yi wasn't such an irresponsible person. I hereby announce that Heaven's Equal Escort Agency has thrown the escorts into the sea, which is a violation of the competition rules. As a result, there will be no points for this round, Boundless Sea announced to everyone. The crowd went into an uproar. Chi Wenhan and the others, who had been waiting anxiously, all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Thrown into the sea. How was that possible? Wait a moment. Isn't Chief Escort High's conclusion a bit too arbitrary? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi slowly walked in front of Boundless Sea and the others. Your heavens equal escort agencies, Lin Yi. Boundless Sea sized up Lin Yi from the corner of his eyes. If there was no one around, with his ruthlessness, he might have directly attacked and killed this piece of trash who had ruined his plans. That's right. Dare I ask, Chief Escort High, you just said that I threw the escorts into the sea. Do you have any proof? Lin Yi's lips curved in a playful smile. With so many witnesses, isn't that proof? You don't think that I, as a referee, would deliberately fabricate a crime to slander a nobody like you, do you? Boundless Sea looked at him with disdain. Chapter 44-36. The onlookers laughed. Even though Lin Yi was in the limelight in the second round, he was just a nobody compared to the big shots of the escort agency. That's hard to say. After all, it's hard to tell what's in a person's heart. What do you think, Chief Escort High? Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. Since you're so sure that I threw the package into the sea, why don't we just fish it out from the sea and show it to everyone? That's the real evidence. The water isn't deep anyways. It should be quick to search for it, right? Okay, since you brought it up yourself, then I'll let you die knowing. Boundless Sea smiled coldly and nodded. This request was reasonable, and he couldn't refute it. However, he didn't feel like there was a need to. In such a small, enclosed space, the only places to hide the package were on the boat or on the reef. Now that those two had been eliminated, the package couldn't be in the sea, could it be in the sky? With a command, the four workers jumped into the sea and started fishing. Because of the black screen, even if Lin Yi threw it, he could only throw it in his own area. This small area could be easily measured with their feet. It was too easy. Boundless Sea stared at Lin Yi with a cold smile, waiting for the four's good news. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the four returned. What do you think? You should give up now, right? Boundless Sea was so confident that he didn't even look at the four. He smirked at Lin Yi. Chief Escort High, before you say that, why don't you ask them what they got? Lin Yi looked at him as if he were an idiot. How is that possible? Boundless Sea turned his head. Only then did he realize that the four were empty-handed. They were helplessly shrugging at him. They didn't find the package they had expected. You keep saying that I threw the package into the sea, but now I've searched the entire seabed. We've stepped all over the seabed, but what's the result? Lin Yi's expression was indifferent. What do you say, Chief Escort High? That's right. Since the match was fair and we didn't break any rules, Chief Escort High, you should at least give us an explanation, right? Otherwise, today's matter won't be easy to resolve. Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan, father and son, followed suit. Everyone's gazes were filled with playfulness. Even Zhao Bufan and the others moved to the side without a trace. They were just throwing stones at a person when he was down. The mastermind was Boundless Sea. The one who was now in trouble was naturally Boundless Sea. In this highly anticipated event of the South Continent's escort agencies, if they were to be accused of abusing their power to avenge a personal grudge, even if it was a traditional wealthy family like the Four Seas Escort Agency, his reputation would also suffer a great loss, and he might even lose his position as the overlord of the South Continent Escort Agency. The consequences would be unimaginable. Explanation. What explanation do you want? Boundless Sea had no intention of lowering his head. Now that things had come to this, he could only stiffen his neck and continue. If he lowered his head now, then he would be the one to be mocked. Chief Escort High, you're a reputable figure. You can't act shamelessly in front of everyone, can you? Qi Mingyuan was so angry that he laughed and said, "Let me ask you, did you throw the escort into the sea?" No, Boundless Sea admitted on the spot. After all, he couldn't act shamelessly even if he wanted to. Otherwise, the other side could just fish out the evidence and shut him up. However, he didn't give up. He forced a cold smile and said, "However, just because you didn't throw the escort into the sea doesn't mean you didn't break the rules, right? Everyone has seen what it means to twist words and force logic." Chi Mingyuan finally couldn't hold back his anger. Even though he didn't curse out loud, he shed all pretense of cordiality on the spot. He pointed at Boundless Sea and shouted, "If that's the case, then Chief Escort High, why don't you tell us how we broke the rules? Let everyone be the judge." Seeing this, everyone looked like they were waiting for a good show. From the looks of it, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was going to challenge the Four Seas Escort Agency. A big fight was about to take place. "You're saying I'm twisting words and forcing logic?" Boundless Sea's expression instantly darkened. He laughed coldly and said, "In this entire venue, there are only 3 places that can hide the escort: the boat, the reef, and the sea. Right now, none of these 3 places can have the escort. I can only suspect that this Ling Yi of your escort agency didn't hide the escort at all. Instead, he directly destroyed the escort into powder." When Zhao Bufan and the others heard this, they couldn't help but nod their heads. This was really possible. If the escort wasn't destroyed, it couldn't have disappeared into thin air, right? This is a hidden escort competition, not a destroyed escort competition. If this isn't breaking the rules, then what is? Boundless Sea said confidently and proudly. Chi Mingyuan and Chi Wenhan turned their heads to look at Lin Yi. This time, they weren't sure. Even though they believed that Lin Yi wouldn't do such a thing, what Boundless Sea said wasn't wrong. It couldn't have disappeared into thin air, right? Well said, but Boss High, if I were to take out the package, would you have to swallow your words? Lin Yi said faintly, unhurriedly. If you take it out, not only will I swallow my words, I'll also slap myself on the face. Boundless Sea laughed loudly. He had the character of an ambitious and ruthless person who dared to take responsibility for his actions. Ha! Lin Yi looked at him mockingly. In front of everyone, he turned his head and walked into the black-covered Area 30. Before anyone could react, he had already come out, but with an escort treasure chest in his hands. How is this possible? Boundless Sea was completely dumbfounded. As the overlord of the Southern Continent Escort Agency industry, he naturally wasn't an idiot. But now, he suddenly felt like his brain wasn't enough to process this. Not only Boundless Sea, but Zhao Bufan and the others also looked like they had seen a ghost. How the fuck did this happen? What did you say just now, Chief Escort High? Chi Mingyuan didn't miss the opportunity to mock him. At the same time, he gave a thumbs up to Lin Yi. Even though he didn't know how he did it, his honorary Chief Escort High was indeed an expert. He could casually toy with Boundless Sea and the others in the palm of his hand. He couldn't help but admire him. Everyone looked at Boundless Sea in unison, as if they were watching a good show. They wanted to see if this head escort Sea would go back on his word. Slap! Slap! In front of everyone, Boundless Sea didn't say anything else and slapped himself twice. Only then did he say, "Sorry, I made a mistake just now. Are you guys satisfied now?" Seeing the bright red handprints on both sides of his cheeks, Lin Yi and Chi Mingyuan looked at each other. They couldn't help but think to themselves, this guy really can be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Slapping himself in front of so many people wasn't something a normal person could do. But this way, the situation that had been extremely advantageous to them had been resolved by the other side's 2 slaps. Chapter 44-37. If they didn't let it go, it would seem like they weren't being generous enough. Public opinion would shift towards the other side. Okay, since Head Escort High says so, then we won't say anything else. However, it's been a full 3 joss sticks worth of time. We've used so many methods to no avail. According to the rules, our escort agency should get 100 points. There's no doubt about that, right? Chi Mingyuan immediately said. Boundless Sea lowered his head in silence. He wanted to object, but after making such a big mistake, especially since the other side pretended to be magnanimous and didn't pursue the matter any further, how could he object? Even Boundless Sea was scared. Zhao Bufan and the others wouldn't touch him either. They could only silently agree. That's good. Chi Mingyuan nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at Lin Yi, Qi Wenhan, and the others and smiled. Even though there were many twists and turns, the result was satisfactory. They had gotten 100 points, which far exceeded their expectations. Everyone thought that this farce had come to an end. Just as they were about to move on to the next agency, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. Isn't there a special challenge segment? I want to try it out. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? If there is, I'll put the item back where it was." Everyone's eyes lit up. Right, this was the most important segment of this round. Taking out 100 points as a bet, there was a 200-point difference between entering and leaving. However, excitement was just excitement. If they couldn't find the item after so much effort, it was clear how difficult it was. How could a normal escort agency have the confidence to challenge him? "I'll go." Boundless Sea suddenly shouted. He had just suffered such a huge loss. He was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to get back at them. Who would have thought that this kid would actually deliver the opportunity to him? Okay. Lin Yi smiled calmly. He turned around and walked to Area 30. He hid the item again, walked out, and made an inviting gesture to Boundless Sea. "Please. Kid, you don't think that your little trick is so brilliant that no one can break it, do you? Just now, I deliberately gave you a taste of the sweetness. My 4 C's escort agency will definitely get this 100 points." Boundless Sea grinned sinisterly. He turned his head and ordered the 4 C's escort agency's assistant, "Go call Lai Jizi over." The crowd went into an uproar. Zhao Bufan and the others suddenly realized that Boundless Sea had a backup plan. No wonder he lowered his head. It wasn't like him at all. Lays around for a while. Chi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan, father and son, asked. His expression immediately changed. "What's wrong? Is this person very powerful?" Lin Yi asked curiously. I can't say that he's powerful. His strength is just a so-so. However, he's an extraordinary person. It's said that he's very good at breaking all kinds of formations. He used to wander around primitive places like Lufeng Forest. I didn't expect him to seek refuge with the 4 C's escort agency. Qi Wenhan explained. Good at breaking formations. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and became even more puzzled. What does this have to do with the competition? Brother Ling, didn't you use a formation to hide the delivery? Qi Wenhan couldn't help but lower his voice. He was thinking the same thing as Boundless Sea and the others. He felt that Lin Yi must have set up a small camouflage to hide the delivery, which was why so many people didn't see it. Who said that? Lin Yi glanced at him and immediately laughed. At this moment, in the distance, a sloppy uncle came. From head to toe, his clothes were dirty and tattered. He also had a pungent body odor. He looked like an old beggar. This person was the subordinate of the 4 C's escort agency, Lai Jizi. After hearing Boundless Sea's explanation, Lai Jizi bared his yellow teeth. He looked up and down at Lin Yi and said disdainfully, "These days, there aren't many people who know how to use formations. Even if they do, it's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. It's fine to fool amateurs, but for an expert like me, I can see the problem with one glance. Uncle C, just you wait. After saying this, Lai Jeezy curled his lips and strode into Area 30. Lin Yi looked at this guy and couldn't help but laugh. This is the strange person you guys were talking about. Strange people have their own strange appearances. You don't even know this. Have you really not seen the world or what? Are you a frog at the bottom of a well? Boundless Sea sneered after hearing this. Who's the frog at the bottom of a well? We'll know soon enough. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He couldn't be bothered to argue. Ha, stubborn duck. Boundless Sea didn't waste any more words. He waited outside for Lai Jeezy's good news. He thought it would be a piece of cake, but he didn't think that he would wait for 2 incense sticks worth of time. Time's up. Chief C, can you invite your master Lai out? Qi Mingyuan immediately said. The time limit for the challenge was 2 incense sticks worth of time. Go and call him out. Boundless Sea's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what was going on inside, but he could only do as he was told. However, when he saw Lai Jeezy come out empty-handed, his face immediately turned ashen. He didn't find it again. Uncle C, you can't blame me for this. Apart from the large illusion formation outside, there really isn't any formation inside, there isn't any formation at all. Lai Jeezy spread his hands helplessly. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Lin Yi strangely. He couldn't find it anywhere. Now, even a formation could be ruled out. How did this guy hide the dart? Could it be that he was a professional in this field? Thank you for the 100 points, Chief C. As a senior in the 4 Seas Escort Agency, you spared no effort to support our Heavens Equal Escort Agencies Junior. You really are an elder. We will gladly accept the 100 points. Qi Mingyuan said happily. Boundless Sea's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but it was too late to regret. They had only obtained 70 points in this round. In the end, they lost a whole 100 points. Not only did they not get a single point in the 4th round, they lost 30 points. This wasn't just a big loss, it was a loss of blood. In comparison, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had won this round. They had earned a whole 200 points, which was more than the total points of most escort agencies. It was enough to make people go crazy with jealousy. Next one. Boundless Sea didn't even want to look at Qi Mingyuan and the others. He turned his head and was about to go to the next house. At this moment, someone suddenly stood up and shouted, "You hit it so well. Why don't you give our Dragon Boat Escort Agency a chance and let us try too?" The crowd was in an uproar. The person who spoke was the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's chief escort, Long Kiba. Chapter 44-38. Read 336. As he spoke, Qing Haonan and Wu Baoliang stared at Lin Yi maliciously. They had a ferocious expression as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Lin Yi discreetly glanced at the two of them. He wasn't interested in Long Kiba, but he had to get rid of the other two before he left the southern continent. Especially when he saw the latter, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. He was the target of his trip. Lin Yi had seen Wu Baoliang's portrait on the wanted poster from the law enforcement hole. Although it was his first time seeing him in person, he could recognize him at a glance with his iconic triangular yin-yang eyes. Lin Yi had known for a long time that Wu Baoliang would also participate in the South Continent Escort Agency's event. Unfortunately, from yesterday until now, he had only seen Long Kiba and Qing Haonan, but he had not seen Wu Baoliang. Perhaps Wu Baoliang was regarded as their last trump card, so he stayed in the inn and did not come out at all. But now, he probably saw an opportunity, so he was temporarily pulled over. This guy is finally willing to show himself. Lin Yi sneered in his heart and secretly clenched his fists. After holding it in for so long, he couldn't help but feel a little unable to restrain his killing intent. However, in the end, he didn't act rashly. Young hero Ling, you decide. Qi Mingyuan looked at Lin Yi. He didn't know how Lin Yi had done it. He was afraid that it would ruin their plan, so he didn't dare to make a decision. Since someone has taken the initiative to give us points, of course, the more the better. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. You sure talk big. Then I'll let you open your eyes wide and see who's giving away points. Long Qibo waved his hand and said to Qing Haonan and Wu Baoliang, you too. Let's go in and take a look. Let's see what this kid is up to. With that, Long Qibo led his men straight to the 30th area. There weren't many people, just him, Qing Wu, and the other two. Although they weren't part of the bandit group, there was still a huge commotion earlier. They had already heard everything that was going on inside, so there was no point in bringing more people. He only needed Wu Baoliang and that would be enough. The three of them walked into Area 30. At this moment, this small area that was surrounded by darkness was already a mess. The small cargo ship had been dismantled into pieces of broken wooden planks, floating on the surface of the sea. Even the surrounding reefs had been cut into pieces by Junqi. Moreover, the seawater was muddy. It was obvious that the bottom of the sea had been stepped on by someone, and the sand and mud underneath had all been turned over. You sure did a thorough search. Long Qibo laughed coldly. If it was anyone else who saw this scene, their heart would definitely skip a beat. If even this could not be found, it meant that it would be difficult to find. However, he was not worried at all. It's up to you now. The reason why he called Wu Baoliang over at the last minute was because Qing Haonan had said that this military advisor had a unique skill that could be used to find things in this kind of competition. It's a piece of cake. Wu Baoliang's aura suddenly exploded. At first glance, it seemed like he was only at the golden core great perfection. However, immediately after, Area 30 suddenly turned upside down. Seawater, sand, and broken wood, everything in the area suddenly flew into the air as if they had lost the shackles of gravity. The entire area became a weightless world. Immediately after, Wu Baoliang slowly clenched his palms. Everything in the air instantly went berserk and collided with each other violently. Originally, it was only fragmented, but after the collision, it became even more fragmented, until it was nothing more than a grain of rice. The military advisor is indeed an expert. I have never seen or heard of such a magical skill. Long Qibo suddenly had an eye-opener. If they were to really fight, although his strength was not weak, it was limited to direct fighting and killing. He did not have such a powerful and magical skill like Wu Baoliang. It's just a piece of cake. This skill is called All Things Kill. Anything with a slightly weaker quality will eventually be crushed into powder by something stronger. The treasure chest is made of special dark steel. If I'm not mistaken, its quality should be the strongest. So, when All Things Kill is over, the only thing left is the treasure chest. Wu Baoliang smiled mysteriously. In front of the military advisor's All Things Kill, including the formation, everything will be destroyed. Any concealment method will be ineffective. As long as it is hidden here, it will definitely be revealed. Qing Haonan added. With his relationship with Wu Baoliang, he was very clear about these methods. Then I'll wait to celebrate for you, military advisor. After this round of competition, our Dragon Boat Escort Agency will jump to second place in the standings. We will surpass the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Long Qibo laughed proudly. As expected. It will happen soon. Wu Baoliang's triangular yin-yang eye revealed a hint of pride as he commented, however, this Ling Yi is quite skilled. He was able to hide the package so well that normal methods wouldn't be able to find it. No wonder Boundless Sea and the others suffered. Isn't this a small trick in front of the military advisor? The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency only knows how to play tricks. They will never be able to show off. This time, let them have a taste of kicking an iron plate. Qing Haonan laughed coldly. While the three of them were chatting, the all things kill hanging in the air finally ended. Anything with a slightly weaker quality had already lost its shape. Even the rocks had been crushed into powder. The pure shall rise, the corrupted shall fall. Under Wu Bao Liang's control, the all things kill hanging in the air slowly separated into two layers. The slightly lighter ones all floated up, and the slightly heavier ones all sank. During this separation process, anything that had a shape could be seen clearly. The treasure chest had to be among them. Long Qiba, Qing Haonan, and Wu Baoliang all stared at all this with wide eyes, hoping to find the treasure chest that they had expected. However, even after the separation, there was nothing. This. Wu Baoliang choked for a long time, unable to say a proper sentence. Long Qiba and Qing Haonan were also dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they had the demeanor of an expert. They were so confident and calm, but they still couldn't find the treasure chest. Weren't they making a fool of themselves? Military advisor, what should we do now? Long Qiba was completely flustered. Because they didn't get a single point in the second round, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency only got a total of 160 points in the first 3 rounds. Even if they included this round, they would only get 50 points in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. That would only add up to 210 points. Chapter 44-39. If they gave the Heavens Equal Escort Agency another 100 points, wouldn't they only be left with 110 points? After 4 rounds of competition, they had only scored 110 points. Even if this score did not put them at the bottom of all 32 escort agencies, it was still at the bottom. Yet, they still wanted to become one of the top 5 escort agencies and replace the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Wouldn't that be laughable? Don't worry. My destruction of all things cannot go wrong. As long as the item is hidden inside, it will definitely be enveloped by it. There's no way it can escape. Wu Baoliang forced himself to calm down. Then, what do we do now? Qing Haonan and Long Qiba couldn't help but look at each other. There's one possibility. The quality of the Xian iron used to create this treasure chest isn't up to standard, so it was destroyed by the destruction of all things. Wu Baoliang pinched his chin. Yes. Xian iron itself is very rare. This item is just a symbolic item for the competition. The 4 Seas Escort Agency might have used some low-quality Xian iron to make up for the difference in price. Long Qiba immediately agreed. The 4 Seas Escort Agency was the host agency of this year's Grand Assembly. After receiving a large sum of funds, all the supplies were provided by them. No matter who it was, they would want to make a profit from this. But if that's the case, what do we do? Qing Haonan frowned. Those people outside didn't care what methods you used. Only by taking out the treasure chest would you be able to prove that you had found the sealed package. Otherwise, it would be nonsense to say that everything was about length, style, literature, and learning. Yes, military advisor, do you have a plan? Long Qiba looked like he had a headache. Kiki, I do have a plan. Wu Baoliang rolled his eyes and laughed sinisterly. In any case, there definitely isn't a treasure chest here. After we go out, we just have to make a false accusation that Ling Yi destroyed it. I'm sure he won't be able to take it out. When that happens, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Yes, I think that Boundless Sea suffered a huge loss. He definitely won't accept it. When the time comes, he will definitely help us deal with Ling Yi. We'll naturally be in an invincible position. Qing Haonan's eyes lit up and nodded. Military advisor, what a brilliant plan. Let's do that. Long Qiba was instantly overjoyed. After the three finished discussing, Wu Baoliang took the lead, followed by Long Qiba and Qing Haonan. They immediately rushed out aggressively. You! Wu Baoliang strode in front of Lin Yi and pointed at Lin Yi's nose. He said fiercely, when you put the escort back just now, I saw you. Did he take the opportunity to destroy it? It was destroyed just now. When Boundless Sea heard this, he shivered and joined in. Okay, I was wondering why even Master Lai couldn't find him. So it was you who was secretly messing around. Men, arrest him. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the Four Seas escort agency immediately surrounded Lin Yi. They had always disliked Lin Yi, and now they finally had a chance to vent their anger. Seeing this, Qing Haonan and Long Qiba were overjoyed. Sure enough, Boundless Sea was a ready-made fighter. What do you want? Are you trying to bully the Equal Heaven Escort Agency? Qi Mingyuan roared. Qi Wenhan also hurriedly led the people of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency over. Both sides faced each other, their auras surging, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. It looked like a bloody battle was about to begin. Everyone, please calm down. At this moment, Lin Yi stood out. After everyone calmed down, he looked at Wu Baoliang and said, let me give you a word of advice. Next time, before pointing your finger at me, write your will. Also, what evidence do you have? Evidence. Wu Baoliang laughed evilly. I knew you would use this to brush me off. It's very simple. I dare say that even you can't take out the escort treasure chest from inside. This is the best evidence. Okay, as the judge of the conference, I order you to go inside and take out the escort treasure chest. If you can't do it, then don't blame me for being impolite. Our South Continent Escort Agency conference is not a place for a nameless brat like you to play tricks. Boundless Sea said forcefully. Chief Escort High, some people like to fart. You don't have to come so close to smell it, do you? Or could it be that you can't afford to lose, so you're using this opportunity to find an excuse to take revenge? Qi Mingyuan stood out bravely. Qi Wenhan and the others did not show any weakness, each of them standing in front of Lin Yi. Looking at their backs, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel moved. Coming to South Continent was really worth it, being able to get to know such a group of people. Chief Escort High, and everyone else, don't be anxious. Lin Yi patted everyone's back, walked to the front, and said, this matter isn't that complicated. Since they want evidence, then I'll give them evidence. Isn't it just taking out the escort treasure chest? I'll take it for you now. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. After saying this, Lin Yi immediately separated the crowd and walked towards Area 30. However, he was stopped by Wu Baoliang. Wait, just to be safe, I think it's better to search them first before going in. Otherwise, why don't you sneak the escort treasure chest in and claim that you took it out from inside? Makes sense, search them. Boundless Sea immediately agreed. The escort treasure chest was not small, but it was not big either. A normal person would not be able to smuggle it in, but if it was a golden core expert who knew how to camouflage, it might be possible. You're going too far. Qi Wenhan couldn't stand it anymore. The other side's intentions were clear. They were clearly here to pick a fight. Lin Yi looked deeply at Wu Baoliang, killing intent flashing in his eyes. If he wasn't afraid of implicating the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he would probably have killed them already. However, now was not the time for that. Okay, I'll satisfy you. However, for the sake of fairness, I request an unrelated notary to search me. As for you guys, I'm afraid that you'll frame me. Lin Yi's tone carried a hint of ridicule. The representatives of the Chamber of Commerce here can all be notary witnesses. There shouldn't be any problems with them searching me, right? Boundless Sea snorted coldly and immediately had a group of representatives search Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi cooperated. In front of everyone, he let them search him a few times. After confirming that there was nothing, Boundless Sea, Wu Bao Liang, and the others finally let him go. They stared at Lin Yi as he walked into Area 30. If the rules didn't forbid it, they would have gone in to monitor him. I want to see what kind of tricks this kid can come up with. Wu Bao Liang, Long Qiba, and Qing Haonan sneered. He had even used all things kill, but he still couldn't find the escorted item. This proved that there was either nothing inside or it had been destroyed by him. Otherwise, the world would have gone mad. However, when they saw Lin Yi walk out with the escort in one hand, Wu Bao Liang and the others felt the world spin. Fuck, has the world gone mad? Chapter 4440. You've given up now. Lin Yi casually threw the escort on the ground. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Then, he said calmly, you can settle the bill now. Say it in a small way. Ha! Everyone was taken aback for a moment before they realized that he was referring to the points he was referring to. What kind of trick did you use? Wu Bao Liang didn't give up. His triangular eyes emitted a dangerous light. He was about to rush forward and grab Lin Yi's collar. You can give it a try. Lin Yi suddenly laughed. He was just worried that he didn't have a chance to kill his opponent. If this guy took the initiative to attack him, he could justifiably kill this scum in front of everyone. At the same time, Qi Mingyuan, Qi Wenhan, and the others suddenly emitted killing intent, forcing Wu Bao Liang to stop midway. If he didn't stop, these people would really attack together and kill him. I'll find out soon enough when you die in my hands. Wu Bao Liang laughed cruelly. After looking deeply at Lin Yi, he said something to Qing Haonan and Long Qiba, then turned and left. Looking at Wu Bao Liang's back, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel pity. This guy was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. Of course, if he was really stupid, he wouldn't have lived until today. He would have fallen into the law enforcement hall's hands in the northern part of the island. Chief Escort High, you have nothing to say now, right? Lin Yi turned to Boundless Sea and said. Boundless Sea's face was ashen. He didn't even say a word. He coldly snorted and turned to leave. Looking at his posture, he was too lazy to search the next two escort agencies. He wasn't in the mood to do so. Lin Yi, Qi Mingyuan, and Qi Wenhan looked at each other and smiled. Then, he turned to the crowd and said, which other escort agency is willing to challenge me? Fuck. Everyone's faces darkened. You've already earned a whole 300 points in this round. You've dragged the Four Seas Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency into the pit, and you're still not satisfied. You still want to take advantage of me. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the remaining people in charge of the escort agencies. They couldn't help but shrink their necks. There was definitely a trick to this, but it was definitely not something that could be solved in a short period of time. Only a fool would fall for it. That's it. Forget it then. Lin Yi was a bit disappointed. Since no one came to challenge him, there was no need to return the escort. As for the bandits, even though their leader, Boundless Sea, was gone, the match still had to continue. Zhao Bufan and the others were still there. He immediately turned to the next escort agency. Brother Ling, can you tell me now? Where are you hiding? Seeing that everyone had gone far away, and that his own father, Qi Mingyuan, had also followed them, Qi Wenhan hurriedly rushed over. Compared to the excitement of obtaining 300 points, he was actually more curious about this matter. It's a secret. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything else. The answer was simple. He just casually put it into the space of the jade pendant. Of course, no one would be able to find it. However, this answer could not be told to anyone. It could only remain a secret forever. Ah. Chi Wen-han felt like 100 claws were scratching at his heart. However, Lin Yi refused to relent. There was nothing he could do. No amount of coaxing or pestering would work. In the end, he could only bitterly give up. However, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. This was because the bandits had already found the other two escort agencies' escorts. At this point, the fourth round of the Hidden Darts competition was over. Everyone returned to Magic Cold Plaza. At this point, the publicly announced rankings were already over. After 4 rounds of competition, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had a super high score of 670 points. Their advantage was so great that everyone could only look up to them in awe. Next, in second place was the traditional powerhouse Divine Wind Escort Agency with a total of 270 points. Although it was far from being able to compare to the outstanding Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, it still trampled on the other escort agencies. As for the Four Seas Escort Agency, who was originally in second place, because they had challenged the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in the 4th round of competition, not only did they not manage to keep the 70 points they had earned, but they also lost 30 points. In the end, after 4 rounds of competition, they had a total of 240 points. They were tied for 3rd place with the other 5 major escort agencies. It was worth mentioning that the ambitious Dragon Boat Escort Agency had a total of 110 points in 4 rounds of competition. They were ranked 5th from the bottom. If this trend continued, they would be ranked among the 5 weakest escort agencies in the South Continent, let alone competing for a spot in the top 5 escort agencies. On the publicly announced rankings, the 32 escort agency scores were clear at a glance. Some were happy, while others were sad. Now, the focus of everyone's discussion was naturally on the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, the super dark horse of this competition. Although it was one of the 5 major escort agencies in the previous competition, most people did not have high hopes for the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in the beginning. The bets were unanimously against the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, with at least 7 out of 10 people betting on it falling out of the top 5 escort agencies. Of course, these people were already crying their hearts out. After 4 rounds of competition, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had scored 670 points, pulling a huge gap of 400 points from the second place. This was definitely unprecedented. Unless there was a catastrophic accident, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, which originally belonged to the Four Seas Escort Agency, had already fallen into the hands of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in this competition. From this competition onward, the power structure of the escort agency industry in the South Continent would undergo earth-shattering changes. The focus would shift from the dark cold territorial waters to the previously unknown green arc territorial waters. From then on, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency would replace the Four Seas Escort Agency as the #1 wealthy and influential agency in the South Continent. This was the consensus of almost everyone. Of course, other than the mainstream public opinion, there were naturally many other opinions. People who wholeheartedly criticized the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency could still be seen. Regardless of whether these people were backed by other escort agencies, at least their arguments were not without reason. Looking at the previous South Continent Escort Agency Grand Meetings, although the first 4 rounds of competition were important as they could establish an advantage and widen the gap between the two sides, the real deciding event was still the last round. Although the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency currently had a huge advantage, if they performed poorly in the final round of the competition, other escort agencies would take advantage of the situation and overtake them. Even the latecomers might overtake them. Only the escort agency that survived the 5th round of the competition and had the last laugh would be the true winner. Of course, the 5th round of competition would only begin the next day. At least for today, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was undoubtedly the most popular and the most popular agency among the chambers of commerce. Compared to the various discussions in the market, none of the 32 escort agencies, including the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, dared to let their guard down at this time. All of them were training their troops and making their final preparations for the final battle tomorrow. Chapter 44-41. No, we can't go on like this. We must take action immediately. We must kill Ling Yi. Long Kiba couldn't help but roar. There were still 3 people in the room. Qing Haonan and Wu Baoliang were sitting to one side and drinking tea. However, because Long Kiba hammered the table, the rare spirit tea had spilled all over the floor. They vowed to become one of the top 5 escort agencies and replace the Heaven's Equal escort agency. For this, they even formed an alliance with the Poison Eye mercenaries. Their dreams were great, but unfortunately, reality was cruel. There was only 1 round left in the conference, and they achieved their ambition of becoming one of the top 5, but unfortunately, they were at the bottom. It's not difficult to kill Ling Yi. The difficult part is how to find an opportunity to do so. Wu Baoliang said with a gloomy expression. The scene that happened today had completely disgraced him. He had clearly used the all things mutually kill, such a foolproof move, but in the end, he was still fooled by Ling Yi. This was unbearable. More importantly, it was the first time the 2 of them had met face to face. However, for some unknown reason, he faintly felt that Ling Yi actually had a killing intent towards him. Because of his special cultivation method, his senses were much sharper than an ordinary expert in the Golden Core realm. There was no mistake about this. Was it because the other side hated the Poison Eye mercenaries, so he hated them too? This was not impossible, but Wu Baoliang's intuition told him that this matter was not that simple. In short, whether it was to kill this hidden danger or to remove the obstacle for the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, Ling Yi who suddenly appeared had to die. But we have no right to set the rules of the competition, and it's difficult to think of a way to manipulate the situation. Whether we can defeat the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, especially against Ling Yi, everything depends on luck. It's hard to say. Long Kiba scratched his head with a conflicted expression. Not necessarily. We can't do it ourselves. But someone can do it, Wu Baoliang said meaningfully. Who? Long Kiba was stunned. Brother Long, did you forget the 4 Seas Escort Agency? Qing Haonan sneered from the side. From today's situation, it seems that besides us, Boundless Sea also hates this Ling Yi to the bone. It's just that he doesn't dare to brazenly do so. You 2 mean to go to the 4 Seas Escort Agency to find Boundless Sea? Long Kiba's eyes lit up. That's right. Their 4 Seas Escort Agency has always been the hegemon of the South Continent's escort agencies. I heard that most of the competition rules were set by Boundless Sea. Isn't it a piece of cake for us to go up against the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency? Qing Haonan laughed. Yeah. Long Kiba slapped his head and said happily, if we had gone to him for help before today, Boundless Sea might not have responded to us. But now, he will definitely help us with this small favor. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This phrase has been tried and tested many times. Without further ado, Long Kiba and the other 2 discussed the matter. He immediately set off for the 4 Seas Escort Agency, asking to see Boundless Sea. While the 3 handed over their name cards and waited to be notified, Boundless Sea was smashing cups in his study. Next to him was an exquisite tea set. One by one, they threw them on the ground, and the sound of banging rang out incessantly. This was Boundless Sea's habit. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would smash the tea set. After venting out most of the evil fire, his mood naturally calmed down. The servant stood to the side, trembling with fear, waiting for Boundless Sea to finish smashing. They had to quickly clean up the broken pieces on the ground. Otherwise, if Boundless Sea got annoyed and got angry again, they might be the ones to suffer. When Boundless Sea finished smashing, his anger subsided. The guard, who had been waiting to the side, didn't miss the opportunity to hand over Long Kiba's and the others' name cards to Boundless Sea. Dragon Boat Escort Agency. What are these people doing here? Boundless Sea frowned slightly as he looked at the name card. Although the Dragon Boat Escort Agency wasn't the weakest in the South Continent, they had always been suppressed by the equal of Heaven Escort Agency. They had never had a chance to stand out, so naturally, they weren't worthy of his attention. Uncle C, do you want me to send them away? The guard at the door suggested after observing the situation. The Southern Continent Escort Agency Festival was being held here. These days, the heads of all the escort agencies would come to the Four Seas Escort Agency to pay their respects. The stronger large escort agencies were able to see Boundless Sea. As for the smaller escort agencies, they were all sent away with just a word. They didn't even get to see Boundless Sea's face. Wait. Boundless Sea hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. Take them to the small hall and wait. Yes. The guard replied and left. He couldn't help but feel surprised. This unknown Dragon Boat Escort Agency had some weight in Uncle C's heart. Even though they didn't have the right to enter the main hall, they could at least enter the small hall and not be sent away with just a word. What they didn't know was that Boundless Sea didn't care about the Dragon Boat Escort Agency at all. The reason why he agreed to meet them was purely because of what happened during the day. He felt that there might be something more to it. Long Kiba and the other two were led into the small hall. No one came over to serve tea, and no one came over to talk to them. They just waited like this for a quarter of an hour. When the three of them were filled with anger and couldn't hold it in any longer, Boundless Sea finally arrived. Dragon Boat Escort Agency's Long Kiba, Poison Eye Mercenaries Qing Haonan, and Wu Bao Liang greet Chief Escort Sea. Although they were unhappy, they didn't dare to be negligent in front of Boundless Sea. They hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Please sit. I was talking to an important guest just now. Sorry for the delay. Please don't take it to heart. Boundless Sea chuckled. This was bullshit. In reality, he was just drinking tea in his study. He just wanted to ignore the three of them. Chief Escort C, you have many matters to attend to. Please forgive us for disturbing you. Long Kiba hurriedly smiled apologetically. You're being too polite. Why did the three of you come to my Four Seas Escort Agency? Boundless Sea couldn't be bothered to waste words with the three of them. He went straight to the point. Long Kiba was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Qing Haonan and Wu Bao Liang. They were clearly caught off guard. He originally wanted to exchange a few more pleasantries to get closer to them and increase their chances of success before talking about the matter. Alright, let's not beat around the bush. Since Chief Escort C has come straight to the point, we won't beat around the bush. Long Kiba simply said, one doesn't come to a temple without a cause. We came here to ask Chief Escort C for a small favor. Chapter 44-42. That's right. I hope Chief Escort C can help us arrange an opponent for the upcoming match. Long Kiba blurted out. You want me to throw the match? Boundless Sea's expression changed and he said coldly, don't even think about it. The Southern Continent Escort Association's grand gathering has always been fair and impartial. No cheating is allowed. Otherwise, the grand gathering would lose its purpose. Please leave. Wait. Boundless Sea was about to send them off when Qing Haonan hurriedly said, Chief Escort C, please wait. We want you to arrange an opponent for us. It's none other than the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Boundless Sea's movements paused. These were the words he didn't want to hear the most. When he thought of how badly he had suffered, he couldn't help but be furious. That's right. The one we want to deal with the most is Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's Ling Yi. Chief Escort C, you've also suffered at his hands before. I'm sure you hate him to the bone. We can work together. Qing Haonan quickly said. He saw Ling Yi as a thorn in his side. In order to deal with Ling Yi and avenge his son, he was willing to pay any price. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too late for regrets. Oh. Boundless Sea slowly put the teacup back down. He didn't continue to chase them away. Instead, he fell into deep thought. As expected, there's a chance. Long Kiba and the others looked at each other. Their spirits rose and their hearts settled. Tell me, why do you want to deal with Ling Yi? Boundless Sea's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table as he looked up at the three. If it weren't for Qing Haonan's words, he would definitely have chased them away. After all, the Four Seas escort agency's name was still there. If these people didn't keep their mouths shut and spoke carelessly, it would be easy for them to cause trouble. Even if it was just for his image, Boundless Sea had to maintain his impartiality. However, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and Ling Yi were two different matters. Qing Haonan was right. He hated Ling Yi to the bone. The Four Seas Escort Agency had fallen from being the overlord of the escort agencies that was at its zenith to its current state of being overshadowed. It was ranked third on the scoreboard, almost falling out of the top 5. This was the main culprit behind all of this. It was Ling Yi. It would not be an exaggeration to say that out of the 670 points that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had obtained, at least 500 points had come directly from Ling Yi. This person's ability was so abnormal that it could not be viewed with common sense. After suffering at his hands twice in a row, even Boundless Sea had to admit that as long as Ling One was there, the chances of his Four Seas Escort Agency turning the tables were minuscule. But now, a hired thug had delivered himself to his doorstep. He didn't mind adding fuel to the fire and killing with a borrowed knife. During the day, Boundless Sea had seen the conflict between Long Kiba and Ling Yi. Therefore, they believed that they had the foundation to become allies. However, before that, they had to first figure out the specific situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like using a borrowed knife to kill someone. Instead, he had become the knife in the other party's hand. Chief Escort High, you might not know this, but our Dragon Boat Escort Agency and the Poison Eye Mercenary Group are located in the same city as their Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. We've always been incompatible like fire and water. It's not the first time we've fought and killed each other. Long Kiba hurriedly explained. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. Boundless Sea raised his eyelids. This wasn't strange at all. People of the same trade were enemies. With two escort agencies squeezed together, it would be strange if they could get along. As for the Poison Eye Mercenary Group, there was an unwritten rule in the South Continent seas. All the so-called mercenary groups were actually the original pirate groups that had been whitewashed. Therefore, there was usually a blood feud between them and the local escort agencies. It was normal for them to be like fire and water. Not only that, my only son, Qin Tian, died in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. He was killed by this Ling One. Chief Escort High, tell me, how could I let this bastard go? Qing Haonan added, gnashing his teeth. Oh. There's such a thing. Boundless Sea was moved. The hatred of his son's death was absolutely irreconcilable. Looking at Qing Haonan's expression, he wouldn't joke about this. Chief Escort High, in front of me, I don't dare to lie. Therefore, in order to avenge my son's death, I beg Chief Escort High to open the door of convenience and let me kill my enemy. This Cheng will be eternally grateful. Qing Haonan was a smart person. He no longer talked about the hatred between the Four Seas Escort Agency and Ling One. Instead, he shifted the blame to himself. Your request is reasonable. Boundless Sea's expression was unfathomable. Long Kiba and the others thought he was going to agree and were overjoyed. They didn't expect him to suddenly change the topic. However, although our Four Seas Escort Agency suffered some losses in the grand meeting, this doesn't mean that we have to take revenge privately. It's taboo to destroy the public for personal reasons. The fairness of the Southern Continent Escort Agency's grand meeting will not be destroyed in my hands. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. This dignified official reply left Long Kiba and the others dumbstruck. They couldn't help but look at each other. Wasn't this change a little too quick? Seeing that Boundless Sea was still speaking righteously and didn't seem like he was faking it, the three felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. They were immediately disappointed. Their little row already had the resolve to be the knife. They took the initiative to let the other side borrow the knife to kill them, but the other side didn't accept the knife. How were they supposed to play? Looking at the Southern Continent Escort Agency's grand meeting, only the 5 judges from the 5 great escort agency had the opportunity to play tricks in the open. The others were far from qualified. Unfortunately, Qing Haonan and Wu Bao Liang, these 2 amateurs, didn't need to be said. Even Long Kiba himself, because the Dragon Boat Escort Agency had always been weak, couldn't climb up to the higher branches of the 5 great escort agency. Now that he finally had the chance to use Ling One, a common enemy, to ask for Boundless Sea's help, he didn't expect to hit a wall. Things had already reached this point. Staying any longer would only make a fool of themselves. Long Kiba and the others looked at each other and could only salute Boundless Sea with flagging interest. If that's the case, then we won't disturb Chief Escort C any longer. We'll take our leave now. Wait. Boundless Sea suddenly stopped them. For the sake of justice, I definitely won't use my position to avenge a private grudge. However, seeing that you have a blood feud with me, this matter is pardonable. I can agree to help you secretly, but I can't be too biased. Do you understand? Chapter 44-43. As long as we can think of a way for our Dragon Boat Escort Agency to fight against their Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, it would be best if we can challenge Ling Yi. That way, we can guarantee that he will die a horrible death. Qing Haonan said impatiently. Is that true? Boundless Sea was stunned. Although he had never seen Ling Yi in action, he had been in close contact with him. Moreover, as the chief escort of the number 1 escort agency in South Continent, his judgment of people was far sharper than that of ordinary people. Even if he did not know how strong Ling Yi was, he could at least see that this person was not easy to deal with. If he, the chief escort, personally fought, it would not be a problem. However, the problem was that the strength of the South Continent's escort agency had to be limited to the Golden Core stage. Experts above the nascent soul stage were not allowed to participate. This was the biggest problem. That's right. Our military advisor is an eccentric person who specializes in practicing a unique skill. Although his strength is suppressed to the Golden Core great perfection, his true strength is not even a middle stage nascent soul stage's opponent. He is our trump card. There is no need to use him in the previous few matches, but the finals are coming up, so there is no need to hide anymore. As long as we arrange for Ling Yi to fight against our military advisor, that kid will definitely die. Qing Haonan pushed out the silent Wu Bao Liang. Oh. Your Excellency is so amazing. Boundless Sea suddenly became interested and looked at Wu Bao Liang for the first time. In the South Continent Sea, the strength of a middle stage nascent soul stage was already considered powerful. They could basically do whatever they wanted. However, an expert in the Golden Core great perfection had the strength of a middle stage nascent soul stage. This was more than just rare. There was probably no such eccentric person in the entire Heaven Stage Island. With such strength, he was an invincible existence in the Golden Core stage. No matter how strong Ling Yi was, he could not be a match for such an eccentric person. You flatter me. It's just that my cultivation method is a little special. I can use a secret method to suppress my strength on the surface. Wu Bao Liang pretended to be humble and cupped his hands. However, his pair of triangular yin and yang eyes could not hide the pride. This was actually a kind of helplessness, but he did not expect that it would come in handy now. ever since North Island fled to South Continent. After getting to know the Qing family's father and son and joining the Poison Eye mercenary group, Wu Baoliang had not broken through. Of course, this was only limited to the realm on the surface. In fact, his real strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, how could he live up to the name of an evil cultivator? He did not do it on purpose, but it was because of his latest improved version of the evil technique. It was only effective for those in the gold core stage. Once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, it was not that he couldn't continue to cultivate, but if he wanted to continue dual cultivation with those women, he would have to suck them to death on the spot. The reason why he was exposed in the North Island. It was because of the disappearance and death of a large number of women that they had no choice but to flee to the South Continent. Although the South Continent Sea region was notoriously chaotic, it was inevitable that they would be discovered if they repeated the same trick. If that was the case, even with the protection of the Poison Eye mercenary group, they wouldn't be able to survive. He could not stay in the South Continent for long. Chaos was chaos, but no place would openly tolerate the existence of evil cultivators. Even the seas of the South Continent were no exception. As a result, whether it was Wu Baoliang, Qing Haonan, or even Qing Qitian who had already died to the divine Nun of the East Sea, they all used a special secret technique to suppress their cultivation. Currently, their strength remained at the great perfection of golden core, but their true strength had already surpassed regular nascent soul cultivators. Wu Baoliang's strength had reached the peak of early nascent soul long ago, and with the power of his evil technique, he could still easily defeat opponents at higher cultivation levels than him, even if it was measured in terms of cultivation. In other words, regular mid-nascent soul cultivators were nowhere near Wu Baoliang's opponent, let alone mere golden core cultivators. As for Qing Haonan, the captain of the Poison Eye mercenaries, he also practiced the evil technique that Wu Baoliang had developed and improved. Coupled with his powerful foundation from before, his strength was even greater than Wu Baoliang's. He could easily kill regular peak mid-nascent soul cultivators instantly. Special cultivation method. Boundless Sea rolled his eyes and immediately burst into laughter as he exposed them. An evil technique is an evil technique. You're being so secretive in front of me. Is this the attitude you have when you're asking for help? This. Wu Baoliang was immediately alarmed. Qing Haonan and Long Qiba's eyes were filled with unconcealable fear as well. They all looked at Boundless Sea cautiously as if they were facing a great enemy. No matter where evil cultivators went, they would definitely be hated by everyone, which was why they would beat around the bush and use the excuse of a special technique. However, they never thought Boundless Sea would still see through it with a single glance. What were they to do? In the waters of the southern continent, the major escort agencies were undoubtedly the representatives of the righteous. As the saying goes, good and evil cannot coexist. If Boundless Sea really wanted to capture them, it would be a great contribution to the people. If news of this spread, the Four Seas escort agency's reputation would definitely soar. It was very likely that they would snatch the limelight back from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and change their previous decline. Thinking of this, the three could not help but break out in cold sweat. They were so focused on getting Boundless Sea's help that they forgot this fatal flaw. This was the headquarters of the Four Seas Escort Agency, where experts would definitely gather. If Boundless Sea really wanted to capture them, the three of them would not even have a chance to escape. This time, they were in big trouble. Long Qiba was slightly better, but at this moment, Qing Haonan and Wu Baoliang felt as if their hearts had fallen into an ice cellar. In their opinion, Boundless Sea was definitely a person who only cared about profit. If killing them was a great benefit to him, he would not let go of this opportunity. However, the situation was different from what Wu Baoliang and the others had imagined. Boundless Sea did not immediately make a move. Instead, he looked at the three of them from head to toe and suddenly asked with an unfathomable expression, "How strong is that Ling Yi?" The three of them, who were on high alert, could not help but be stunned. They felt a little strange, but Wu Baoliang instantly reacted and quickly replied, very strong. On the surface, he looks like he is in the golden core stage, but our Poison Eye mercenary group's Old Kong is an expert at the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul stage. Now, he has been crippled by him. Many people in Weiwan City know about this, so it is not difficult to verify. So troublesome. Boundless Sea looked at him suspiciously and pinched his chin with one hand. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All right, I can arrange an opportunity for you to deal with Ling Yi." "Thank you, Chief Escort C." Wu Baoliang was immediately overjoyed, and he let out a sigh of relief. Fuck, the situation just now was too dangerous. He went around the gates of hell. If he was not careful, he would have died here today. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. If you like this work, you are welcome to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote at starting point. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please go to Chapter 44-44. Qing Haonan and Long Qiba were stunned for a moment. Only then did they realize what was going on. They secretly gave Wu Baoliang a thumbs up. If it wasn't for his timely answer, they would have been dead on the spot. It was obvious that Boundless Sea had wanted to kill them. After all, killing a few evil cultivators could make his 4C's escort agency famous. There was no reason not to do such a good thing. On the other hand, Boundless Sea didn't want to let go of the opportunity to deal with Ling Yi, so he suddenly asked. If Ling Yi was easy to deal with and his subordinates could deal with him, then he wouldn't need Wu Baoliang and the others to kill the evil cultivator. However, if Ling Yi wasn't easy to deal with and his subordinates couldn't deal with him, then he would need to weigh the pros and cons. Fortunately, Wu Baoliang's reaction was fast enough and his answer was witty enough, so they were able to escape. Boundless Sea didn't make a decision that was disadvantageous to them. The reason was simple. If Ling Yi could cripple a peak early stage nascent soul expert, then a normal golden core expert wouldn't be able to deal with him. At least, they wouldn't have a 100% chance of winning. So, if Boundless Sea wanted to deal with Ling Yi, he could only borrow Wu Baoliang's hand. This way, he wouldn't be disadvantageous to them. In the end, the hatred for Ling Yi surpassed the benefits of killing the evil cultivator. Boundless Sea's decision allowed Wu Baoliang and the others to escape. I wonder what Chief Escort Hai's arrangements are. As soon as the crisis was averted, Qing Haonan hurriedly asked impatiently. Tomorrow is the last round of the competition. The content isn't much different from the past. The entire day will be a challenge, Boundless Sea revealed. Oh. Then, Chief Escort C, what are the rules of this challenge? Long Qiba asked. It wasn't just to deal with Ling Yi. He wanted to know the rules of the competition in advance, even if it was just one night earlier. It would also allow him to prepare more carefully, which would affect the final score. The fifth round of the competition is called the Escort Agency Free Challenge. Boundless Sea looked at the three and didn't hide it. It didn't affect him anyway, so it didn't matter if the three knew beforehand. At that time, each escort agency will have 2 chances to challenge other escort agencies. At the same time, they will also have 2 chances to fight. The bet for each match is 100 points. The winner gets 100 points. The loser loses 100 points. The stakes are so high. Long Qiba's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. If he won all 4 matches, he would be able to obtain a total of 400 points. Especially if the points were plundered from the opponents, the difference would be even greater when the points were added together. Even though the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency was currently outshining the rest of the pack, with a huge gap of 400 points between them and the second-place team, if they played their cards right in the 5th round of the competition, even the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, which only had 110 points, would be able to win. It was not impossible to surpass it. That's right. The previous rounds were just small skirmishes. The The last round is the real highlight. This has always been the rule of the South Continent's escort agency grand gathering. That's why you can use this opportunity to challenge the Equal Heaven escort agency. Boundless Sea nodded. Challenging the Equal Heaven escort agency is not a problem. However, what if Ling Yi refuses to accept the challenge? Qing Haonan and the others looked at each other worriedly. That was very likely to happen. Just like in the first round, Ling Yi did not personally participate. If it was the same tomorrow, Ling Yi would not be able to participate. If it was the same tomorrow, even if they could steal points from the Equal of Heaven escort agency, they would not be able to take the opportunity to kill Ling Yi. That would be too regretful. Don't be in such a hurry. What I just said were the original rules of the competition. However, in order to deal with Ling Yi, I can think of a way to add a special rule. Boundless Sea smiled mysteriously. Oh. What do you think, Chief Escort Sea? Qing Haonan and the others cooperated and asked. I've already had people investigate beforehand. That Ling Yi's status in the Equal of Heaven escort agency is that of an honorary escort head. That's why, in addition to the regular competition, I can add an escort agency head challenge. Boundless Sea narrowed his eyes and sneered. An escort agency head challenge. Qing Haonan and the others were stunned. They did not understand what he meant. It's very simple. The rules of this additional challenge are that all participants can directly challenge the Golden Core stage upper echelons of each escort agency, including the head escort, deputy escort head, and honorary escort head. Moreover, they can challenge them an unlimited number of times. The escort agency cannot refuse the challenge. After saying this, Boundless Sea could not hide his delight as he took a sip of the high-quality spiritual tea. Qing Haonan, Wu Baoliang, and Long Qiba digested this for a while before they finally understood the huge advantage this special rule brought them. That's great. Chief Escort Sea, this special rule is practically tailor-made for us. It's very practical. Long Qiba was overjoyed. Then Chief Escort Sea, when the time comes, as long as we challenge the upper echelons of the Equal of Heaven escort agency, Ling Yi will have to accept the challenge. Qing Haonan and Wu Baoliang were also overjoyed. Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't my special rule be for nothing? Boundless Sea smiled coldly. Unless the Equal of Heaven escort agency forfeits and is willing to be removed from the Southern Continent Escort Agency Alliance, they will have to follow the rules. Haha, that's right, Chief Escort Sea is mighty. Qing Haonan and the others laughed in agreement. Coming to the Four Seas Escort Agency was the right decision. Even though there was a slight risk, if they hadn't come, how could they have had such a good opportunity to deal with Ling Yi? With just Qing Haonan and the others' abilities, they might not have had a chance to deal with Ling Yi until the end of the conference. However, things were different in Boundless Sea's hands. He was the chief escort of the Four Seas Escort Agency, the head of the 5 judges of the conference, and the one who set the rules of the game. If he wanted to do something to someone, it was too easy. Moreover, he would say it in a dignified manner. Even if the others were dissatisfied, they couldn't object. Status determined everything. This saying was not false at all. However, what if when the time comes, when we challenge the Equal of Heaven escort agency's upper echelons, Ling Yi still refuses to accept the challenge and sends someone else to fight? Long Qiba was still a little worried. Even if Boundless Sea's special rule was passed, the Southern Continent Escort Agency Grand Conference was a competition between the 32 escort agencies. It wasn't just a display of one person's strength. No matter what competition it was, the premise was that the escort agency was participating. In other words, if Wu Baoliang really wanted to issue a challenge, he could at most challenge the upper echelons of the Equal of Heaven escort agency. It was unlikely that he would directly challenge Ling Yi. Otherwise, it would become purely a personal grudge. Where would the dignity of the Southern Continent Escort Agency Grand Conference go? Chapter 44-45. Even Boundless Sea wouldn't dare to be so brazen. He kept saying that he wanted to maintain fairness and impartiality. Not to mention, South Continent's escort agency Gala wasn't just his word. There were 4 other judges, and Chi Mingyuan was one of them. When the time came, he would definitely stand up and object. This might be a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. From what I know, among the higher-ups of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, only Qi Wenhan and Ling Yi are in the Golden Core stage. The others aren't, so if you challenge them, it'll be either Qi Wenhan or Ling Yi. Boundless Sea smiled. After suffering such a huge loss at Ling Yi's hands, he had done a lot of homework on the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. It could be said that he knew everything about the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Only these 2. Then it's easy to deal with them. Qi Wenhan is the young master in charge of the agency's affairs. He can't go himself, so the only one left is Ling Yi. Long Qiba immediately became happy. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. As an old rival of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he didn't know as much as Boundless Sea. Boundless Sea was indeed worthy of being the overlord of South Continent's escort agencies. Even if Qi Wenhan goes himself, it doesn't matter. At worst, we'll beat him to the ground and force Ling Yi out. Wu Bao Liang said arrogantly. Qi Wenhan and the likes were not in his eyes at all. Even Ling Yi, who had crippled old Kong, he had never truly taken him to heart. Originally, he had only wanted to take revenge for Qin Ketian, but today, Qin Ketian had offended him, so he had no choice but to kill him. WWW. Thinking of tomorrow's situation, Qing Haonan and the others couldn't help but laugh at each other, as if they had won a great battle. Qing Haonan did it for revenge, Wu Baoliang did it to vent his anger, and Long Qiba did it for the rise of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. As long as they followed the script, there was a 90% chance that their plan would succeed. Maybe even more. This is all I can do to help you guys. Make good use of this opportunity. Don't let me down, Boundless Sea said with a smile. Don't worry, Chief Escort High. As long as we follow the plan, Ling Yi will definitely die. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency won't be able to be proud for long. Long Qiba and the other 2 nodded in unison and said, it's getting late, so we'll be taking our leave. Chief Escort High, just wait for a good show tomorrow. Alright, take care. I won't send you off. Boundless Sea smiled as he saw the 3 of them off. Seeing the 3 of them leave, his lips suddenly curved into a mocking smile, a bunch of country bumpkins. Indeed, this special rule of the escort agency's helmsman challenge was something he had only thought of after seeing Qing Haonan and the other 2. At first glance, this special rule seemed to only target the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and Ling Yi. The biggest beneficiary was the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. This was because Wu Bao Liang's strength was only at the Golden Core stage on the surface, but his actual strength was enough to fight against a nascent Soul stage expert. It would be difficult for other escort agencies to find a second one like him. In a competition where only Golden Core experts could participate, this fellow was undoubtedly an undefeatable killing machine. It would be difficult for other escort agencies to contend against him. Under such circumstances, naturally, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would have the last laugh. Not only would they be able to trample the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency under their feet, but they would also be able to use this opportunity to rise to the top. It was not impossible for them to surpass the traditional wealthy families like the Four Seas Escort Agency. However, what kind of person was Boundless Sea? He was someone who had single-handedly managed the Four Seas Escort Agency to become the overlord of the Southern Continent's escort agencies. How could he be so stupid as to work for someone else? Especially when the 3 of them were strangers, and they were obviously up to no good? Whether it was Qing Haonan, Wu Bao Liang, or Long Qiba, none of them could be considered stupid. However, when these three were placed together with Boundless Sea, they were really just people who were still counting the money after being sold. Their schemes were not on the same level. The reason why he had proposed this special rule was naturally to deal with Ling Yi and achieve his goal of killing with a borrowed knife. On the other hand, it was to clear the obstacles for his own Four Seas escort agency. According to the results of the previous Southern Continent Escort Agency grand meetings, the strongest was undoubtedly the Four Seas Escort Agency. Especially since they were fighting on their home ground this time, Boundless Sea had long since thought that the #1 throne was already in his grasp. However, Boundless Sea had never expected that from the start of the second round, the competition would suddenly break out of his control, and even develop into such an awkward situation. Seeing that the last round of the competition was about to begin, it was obvious that he had no choice but to use some fierce medicine. In the end, Qing Haonan and the other two just happened to come up. In Boundless Sea's eyes, these three people from the Dragon Boat Escort Agency might be clowns, but they were still a ready-made sharp knife. Not only could they kill Lin Yi, they could also take down the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, which had suddenly emerged as a new force. And once the super dark horse Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was gone, which of the remaining escort agencies could be a match for his Four Seas Escort Agency? As for the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, when the time came, they would swallow up a large amount of points from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Even if they became the new super dark horse for a short period of time, so what? Boundless Sea wasn't worried about this at all. If it really came to that, all he needed to do was expose Wu Bao Liang's identity as an evil cultivator, and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would immediately collapse. Let alone become the new overlord of the escort agencies, it was unknown whether or not the Dragon Boat Escort Agency could survive the encirclement of all the other escort agencies. After all, escort agencies were publicly recognized as a righteous faction in the South Continent. Which righteous faction would treat an evil cultivator as their trump card? If that wasn't seeking death, then what was? Therefore, no matter what, Boundless Sea felt that he was in an invincible position. As for Qing Haonan and the other two, they were really just pitiful worms that he had sold out and were still counting the money for. The night passed uneventfully. When the sun rose on the second day, Magic Cold Plaza was once again filled with people. The number of people who came from all directions to watch was clearly more than double that of the previous 2 days. Everyone knew that today was the last round of the competition. Who would have the last laugh and become the new overlord of the escort agencies? The mystery would be revealed today. This time, as usual, Boundless Sea appeared and announced the rules of this round to everyone. There weren't many areas that could be changed in the last round of the competition. The judges had already discussed it long ago. Even the spectators, as long as they had a deeper understanding of the South Continent's escort agencies, could roughly guess what was going to happen. However, there were still some people among the people in charge of the escort agencies who raised their doubts. They weren't like the others who were here to watch the show. They had to thoroughly understand the rules of the competition and couldn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, the entire escort agency would be at a disadvantage. Chief Escort High, since every escort agency only has 2 rights to challenge and 2 rights to be challenged, can we reject the opponent when we're being challenged? Chapter 44-46. One person stood up and asked. Another person also asked in a loud voice, also, everyone knows that you have to pick the weakest persimmon. What if everyone picks the same opponent and there's a conflict? It's simple. If an escort agency is being challenged, they can't refuse the challenge until they've used up their 2 challenge rights. If more than one agency challenges one agency at the same time, then the agency being challenged can pick the opponent. Boundless Sea replied. With that said, everyone no longer had any doubts. Instead, their faces were filled with wariness. At the same time, they were secretly sizing up the other escort agencies, calculating their next course of action in their hearts. In this final round, the strength of the agency was important, but there was one more important thing: picking the opponent. This was the key to victory. There was no room for negligence. Just as everyone was rubbing their palms together, thinking that the match was about to begin, Boundless Sea suddenly added another rule. It was the same rule he had mentioned to Qing Haonan and the others last night. While everyone was busy digesting this new rule, the 4 referees sitting on the high platform were confused and puzzled. This challenge rule wasn't part of the discussion. They hadn't even heard of it. They hadn't expected Boundless Sea to suddenly do this. He was clearly going to act first and report later. With this, everyone thought that this was the result of the referees' discussion. If they stood up and questioned it, not only would they be publicly slapping their faces, they would also offend Boundless Sea and the 4 Seas escort agency. They might even have to bear the consequences. If the competition went out of control because of this, no one could take the risk. Thinking of this, Zhao Bufan and the others had ugly expressions, but they endured it. After all, this additional challenge rule didn't really hurt them. Instead, it might be an opportunity. Apart from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, the other 5 major escort agencies, including the 4 Seas Escort Agency, did not have any Golden Core stage executives at all. They were all traditional wealthy families, and a Golden Core stage's strength could only be considered average among the escort agencies, perhaps even below average. If they could not even convince the masses, how could they possibly become executives like the head of an escort agency? As a result, with Boundless Sea's new challenge rule, as long as they weren't stupid, there was no chance of them losing points. On the contrary, if he could find a pushover, he would be able to earn some extra points. In other words, he would be the beneficiary right from the start, so why not? Among the crowd, only Qi Mingyuan's expression changed when he heard this. The other 5 major escort agencies did not have any Golden Core cultivators, but his Heavens Equal Escort Agency did. Boundless Sea suddenly did this. Qi Mingyuan would be too slow if he couldn't even smell a conspiracy. In fact, the first thought that popped up in his mind was that this was a plot against the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. It would be fine if the number of challenges was directly limited. But the problem was that Boundless Sea had clearly said that any participant could issue a challenge. There was no limit to the number of times. His intentions were sinister. It was obvious. Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi were the only 2 people in the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency who could accept the challenge, even with their strength. Given their strength, there shouldn't be many who could match them in the Golden Core stage, but even a tiger couldn't stand up to a pack of wolves. Their qi would eventually run out. They were confident in winning the first 2 or 3 matches, but what about after that? Unlimited challenges. If they really did it this way, as long as these 2 people were exhausted, the other escort agencies that were eyeing them covetously could challenge them endlessly until the end of the conference. It wouldn't matter if they fought for an entire day. As long as they didn't kill both of them, the other escort agencies could continue to challenge them and grind points on them. No matter how big the Equal of Heaven escort agency's previous advantage was, this little bit of points wouldn't be enough to compensate them. If Qi Mingyuan on stage could think of this, then Qi Wenhan would naturally be able to think of it as well. Furthermore, he was 100% sure that this plot was not directed at him, but at Ling Yi. The tallest tree in the forest was the first to be destroyed by the wind. Previously, Ling Yi had been in the limelight completely by relying on his own strength to turn the Equal of Heaven escort agency into a super dark horse and trample the 4 Seas escort agency underfoot. Boundless Sea had long since flown into a rage out of humiliation. Now that he suddenly made this move, who else could it be other than Ling Yi? This guy says that he's fair and just, but this challenge rule is clearly aimed at us. He wants to use a tag team battle to tire us out. Since we can't win fair and square, he's using this kind of underhanded method. Too sinister. Qi Wenhan couldn't help but grit his teeth. Qi Wenhan didn't know that in the other side's eyes, there wasn't even a need for a tag team battle. Wu Bao Liang alone was enough to take care of him and Ling Yi. As long as one of them was left alive, they could grind points however they wanted. No one could stop them. Looking at the judge's expressions, this rule was probably added by Boundless Sea himself. This guy is a bit too unscrupulous. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Disregarding everything else, this was filled with the smell of a conspiracy. The feeling of being maliciously targeted really didn't sit well with him. Yeah, such a big thing, why didn't old dad say anything? Qi Wenhan muttered. Before he finished speaking, Qi Mingyuan suddenly stood up on the stage. He was one of the 5 judges, after all. Facing such a malicious rule, how could he not retaliate? He, Qi Mingyuan, wasn't a turtle hiding in its shell. Head escort high, this challenge rule for the head of an escort agency seems to be incomplete. It needs to be amended, Qi Mingyuan said after clearing his throat. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. In the past, the ones who had asked this question were the people in charge of the escort agencies. Why was it Qi Mingyuan's turn this time? He was one of the people who had set the rules. There was no way he didn't know, right? For a moment, everyone's gazes turned thoughtful. The smart ones had already realized that there was something fishy about this. Oh. What do you think, head escort Qi? Boundless Sea raised his eyebrows. He was sure that Qi Mingyuan wouldn't be willing to suffer a loss. He would definitely retaliate. However, he had already prepared an excuse, so he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 44-47. Now that things had come to this, he knew that it was unrealistic to completely negate this rule. The only thing he could do now was to minimize the unfavorable side of himself. Points. Boundless Sea pretended to laugh and shook his head. Head escort Qi, you're thinking too much. The strength of all the participants must be limited to the Golden Core stage. As a Golden Core stage executive, if I can't even beat an opponent of the same level, and even have my points grinded away, isn't that a little too incompetent? What's the point of keeping such an incompetent executive? It's a good thing for every escort agency to get rid of this piece of trash early on. Head Qi, you're mistaken. If it's a limited number of 1v1 matches, then there's nothing to say if you lose. But if someone wants to drag you down with them, then no matter how strong you are, you'll eventually get tired. If you can't even guarantee fairness, then what's the point of this competition? Qi Mingyuan sneered. Seeing everyone nod their heads, Boundless Sea couldn't help but stare blankly. He re-evaluated Qi Mingyuan. He didn't think that this guy, who came from a martial arts background, would have such sharp words. Oh. Head Qi, why are you so agitated? Could it be that your interests have been harmed? Are you afraid that the Golden Core stage executive of your Heaven's Equal escort agency will become an opening for others? You're one of the 5 great escort agencies. Why are you so unconfident? Boundless Sea asked back with interest. Head Qi, you're overthinking it. I'm just stating the facts. I have to fulfill my duty as a judge, Qi Mingyuan replied with a straight face. Alright, if Head Qi says that, then I'll also discuss the facts with you. The purpose of the Southern Continent Escort Agency Grand Conference is to test and improve the strength of each escort agency. As long as it's something that might happen in real life, it can be included in the competition. This is the principle. I'm sure Head Qi doesn't have any objections. Boundless Sea said confidently. No. Qi Mingyuan shook his head. Then let me ask you. When the Heaven's Equal escort agency is escorted by the pirates, won't they take turns to fight you? They wouldn't be so reasonable as to negotiate a 1v1 with you escorts and even decide the winner in one match, right? Boundless Sea sneered. The audience roared with laughter. Who would want to be a pirate? Not to mention deciding the winner in one match, even a one-on-one match was nonsense. The pirates had always bullied with numbers. This. Qi Mingyuan suddenly choked. He was stunned for a moment before he said, even so, since it's a fair and just competition. The rules can't possibly leave such an obvious loophole. Wouldn't that allow people to blatantly farm points? Head escort Chi, you keep talking about loopholes and points. Aren't you feeling too guilty? Are you afraid that your own heavens equal escort agency won't do? Boundless Sea didn't try to hide his ridicule. Our South Continent Sea region is a place where the weak are prey to the strong. Let's not talk about whether or not there are any loopholes for people to farm points. Even if there are, everyone can use the rules to their advantage. In the end, it would only lead to one result. The weak would become weaker, and the strong would become stronger. Everyone would clearly know who was strong and who was weak. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that, right? Chi Mingyuan looked at everyone's reactions. Seeing that many people were nodding in agreement, his heart couldn't help but sink. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. Boundless Sea's words could be said elsewhere. Perhaps he would be criticized for not being righteous, but in the South Continent Sea region, it just so happened to be the rule that everyone followed. Everyone did it themselves, so naturally, no one would object. Of course, nothing can be accomplished without rules. This challenge for the head of the escort agency will be decided by drawing lots. Everyone will compete fairly based on their strength. Head escort Chi, do you have any other opinions? How about we let the other judges vote together in front of everyone? Boundless Sea glanced at Chi Mingyuan. No need. There was no need to ask Xiao Bufan and the others' opinions. It was clear from their tacit agreement just now. Even a public vote wouldn't change the result. It would only make this rule more convincing. However, Chi Mingyuan couldn't just give up so easily. He turned and said, I just want to add one last point. The higher-ups of the escort agency should have a chance to breathe during the match, right? The situation was already completely under the opponent's control. Let alone completely rejecting this challenge rule, Chi Mingyuan knew that simply changing it wasn't realistic. Since things had already reached this point, he could only do it piecemeal and try to fight for one last chance. A chance to breathe. Boundless Sea's eyebrows jumped. He casually refuted, are all the pirates that your escort agency meets so reasonable? Why would they give you a chance to breathe? What's impossible? Chi Mingyuan retorted. In reality, the pirates won't talk reason with us, but in reality, several escorts will fight together. If they run out of manpower, they can naturally retreat and rest. Is that so strange? Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the leader of the escort agency was challenged by a senior golden core cultivator of the agency alone. If he was challenged consecutively and not given a chance to catch his breath, it would be somewhat unreasonable. That's a bit reasonable. Boundless Sea saw everyone's reactions and knew that he couldn't go overboard. In any case, a small concession didn't matter, so he said, if you want a chance to breathe, that's fine. But you can't rest forever. After all, if you really encounter pirates, you'll have no choice but to fight after a short rest. Otherwise, your companions will all die. Then how much time do you think is appropriate, Chief Escort High? Chi Mingyuan stared at Boundless Sea. A stick of incense. It can't be longer than that, Boundless Sea insisted. He glanced at Chi Mingyuan disdainfully. Chief Escort Chi, do you have any more questions? Chi Mingyuan originally wanted to argue a little more, but he sensed Boundless Sea's ill intentions. He suddenly shivered. He was afraid that Boundless Sea wouldn't say much and would directly ask the judges to raise their hands to decide, or even accuse him of something. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to try. He could only choose to stop before going too far. Very good. Since there are no more questions, then everyone prepare yourselves. The 5th round of the escort agency competition is about to begin. Boundless Sea smiled proudly. At the same time, he didn't hide his disdain at Chi Mingyuan. A martial artist was a martial artist. How dare he quarrel with me in public? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you have the brains to do so? The audience discussed animatedly. They weren't looking forward to the upcoming escort agency competition, but rather the meaning behind Boundless Sea and Chi Mingyuan's sharp words just now. It was too thought-provoking. Chapter 44-48. At this point, anyone with a bit of knowledge could tell that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was being specially targeted this time. The challenge of the leader of the escort agency was almost tailor-made for them. In the eyes of other escort agencies, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was a piece of juicy meat. After 4 rounds of competition, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency had a huge lead of 400 points over the second-place team. Originally, they had already secured the first-place spot. However, the situation had changed once again. The existence of this final challenge would make the impossible possible in the end. Even Father can't do anything about it. This is really troublesome. When Chi Wen-han saw this scene, his expression immediately became more and more unsightly. He scratched his head and paced back and forth. Brother Chi, you don't have to worry. Since things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. We'll deal with whatever comes our way, comforted Lin Yi. That's what you say, but to see the great situation that Brother Ling painstakingly created be wiped out in such a shameless way, I really can't accept it. Chi Wen-han said angrily as he pounded his fist. Last time, he and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency were lucky enough to be ranked last among the top 5 escort agencies. This was already an unexpected surprise for him and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. This time, because of Lin Yi's existence, after 4 rounds, they had become the dark horse with the highest hopes of becoming the number 1. This feeling was like a dream. But now, Boundless Sea's simple challenge was going to shatter this dream. Who would be willing to accept this? Brother Chi, I don't think there's a need to act like a little girl. Since they're deliberately targeting us, we'll just fight them 1 match at a time. For us, this is also a rare opportunity to score points, isn't it? Lin Yi smiled. But, what if they are really so shameless? What if you brazenly use attrition warfare to wear them down? Chi Wen-han was still indignant. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said resolutely, Brother Ling, I can see that this matter is obviously aimed at you. I am truly sorry. You are participating in the competition for our escort agency, but instead you are being treated as the bird that sticks out. How about this, if someone challenges you later, you will be the one that sticks out. I'll take the lead. After all, he was the young master of the escort agency. Although he was still furious, Chi Wen-han's mental fortitude was far above that of an ordinary person. He quickly suppressed his anger and regained his rationality and calmness. Now that the situation had developed to this point, the ranking and points that he and the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency had previously placed so much importance on were no longer important. Today was the final battle. Even if they were defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. After all, everyone present could tell that the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency was being maliciously targeted. That was why they were dragged down from their throne. At the very least, the previous 4 rounds of the competition were enough to engrave the name of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency into the hearts of the people. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. It would more or less affect the escort agency's business, and even block the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency's future prospects. However, it wouldn't be much worse than the current situation. At most, he would develop in the Verdant Arc Sea region. There would be a foothold there, and he wouldn't lose his job. In comparison, Chi Wen-han was most worried about Lin Yi's safety. Back then, Lin Yi had only agreed to participate in the South Continent Escort Agency's grand event after his repeated pleas. Lin Yi had made such a great contribution. If Lin Yi were to lose his life because of this, then the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency would not be able to atone for their sins even if they died 10,000 times. Brother Chi, you're the young master in charge of the overall situation. How can you personally participate in the competition? However, Lin Yi laughed and patted Qi Wenhan's shoulder. Since you said that you're here for me, I naturally have to participate. Otherwise, if I don't participate, these people will be very disappointed. They might even beat you to death. That's... Qi Wenhan froze, speechless for a moment. What Lin Yi said wasn't impossible, it was highly possible. According to the challenge rules, there was no limit to the number of times a contestant could challenge a Golden Core stage senior of an escort agency. Even if they couldn't directly challenge Lin Yi, if Qi Wenhan were to challenge him first, the other party could easily kill him. If they continued to challenge him, Lin Yi would have no choice but to fight. So in the end, I still have to participate. Rather than taking such a meaningless and unnecessary risk, it's better to let me participate directly, Lin Yi said lightly. Sigh. Qi Wenhan could only sigh deeply and didn't say anything else. He didn't know what to say. Just as Lin Yi said, even if he, the young master of the escort agency, took the lead, he wouldn't be able to change the situation. What could he do? Could he just resign himself to fate? Qi Wenhan frowned. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who was in the eye of the storm, was calm and unperturbed by the situation. In reality, after hearing Boundless Sea's challenge rules, Lin Yi's first reaction wasn't one of worry. Rather, he was quite happy. Although Lin Yi's strength was only at the middle stage of the Golden Core stage, he was the strongest Golden Core expert who had a perfect breakthrough. Coupled with his various trump cards, it was more than enough to say that he was invincible in the Golden Core stage. Moreover, Lin Yi wasn't like other experts. He wasn't afraid of taking turns to fight. With the endless supply of qi from the Jade Pendant, basically, no matter how many Golden Core opponents there were, they would all end up the same. They would be easily killed by Lin Yi, and at the same time, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency would gain a lot of points. There was no other possibility. More importantly, Wu Baoliang was the military advisor of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. He was also part of the upper echelons of the agency. At the same time, he was also a Golden Core expert, which was completely in line with the challenge rules. Since others could challenge Lin Yi, naturally, Lin Yi could also challenge Wu Baoliang. This was a very rare opportunity. He had come all the way to the South Continent Sea to represent the Heavens Equal Escort Agency in this South Continent Escort Agency Grand Conference. Wasn't it to deal with Wu Baoliang? Just like Qing Haonan and the others, who were having a headache about how to ensure that they could face Lin Yi was also having a headache about this. However, he didn't take the side road like the others. Instead, he wanted to let nature take its course. It would be great if he could meet Wu Baoliang, but if he couldn't, then he would think of another way. Even Lin Yi didn't expect this to happen. Everything was supposed to depend on luck, but a turning point like this popped up out of nowhere. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and since they'd sent themselves to his doorstep, there was no reason for Lin Yi to reject them. Chapter 44-49. But Qi Wenhan still wasn't at ease. He couldn't think of an effective countermeasure right now, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Yi get attacked. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing, not even if he was beaten to death. In the worst-case scenario, even if he knew it would be useless, he had to take the lead. Even if it meant risking his life, he had to let everyone know that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's men were not to be provoked or bullied by anyone. No buts. Lin Yi cut him off without hesitation. Instead of worrying over nothing, Brother Qi, you should calm your heart down and think about the upcoming competition. That's what you should be doing right now. Alright then. We'll talk about this after the competition. Qi Wenhan's attention was immediately diverted. No matter how dangerous the challenge of the leader of the escort agency was, it was something to worry about later. The most important thing now was to think about how to deal with the competition. Putting aside the controversial additional challenge, the fifth round of the Escort Agency Tournament was the highlight of the entire South Continent's Escort Agency Festival. Not only did it determine the rankings, but it also showcased the true strength of each agency in this round of competition. 5 against 5. The rules are basically the same as the first round's escort robbery, but there's one less escort and a different scoring system. Chi Wen-han quickly got into the zone and analyzed. That's right. Although there's also a time limit of 1 incense stick, it doesn't count into points. Between the two escort agencies, the one with the most survivors will be the winner, and the winner will take 100 points from the loser. It doesn't seem like a big difference at first glance, but in terms of specific strategies, it's actually completely different. We'll have to make some adjustments. Lin Yi nodded. That's right. Brother Ling, you're an expert in this field. I'll listen to whatever you say. Chi Wen-han hurriedly asked humbly. How am I an expert in this field? I was just lucky. Lin Yi broke into laughter. He had only been acting as an on-the-spot coach on the spur of the moment, but now he was being treated as an expert. Brother Ling, you don't have to be so humble. The battle results are right there, and this is irrefutable evidence. No matter how humble you are, it's useless. Everyone can see it for themselves. Am I right? Chi Wen-han shouted at the escorts beside him. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. They couldn't help but be impressed. Lin Yi's on-the-spot guidance in the first round of robbing the escorts was indeed very effective, and the results could not be said to be bad. Especially when Chi Wen-han, the young master, supervised the escort guarding battle. When the two were put side by side, it was obvious who was superior. To the crowd, this wasn't just a mere compliment. It was something that would benefit them greatly. Based on their performance in the first round of robbing, if Lin Yi had been in command, they would have been able to survive. However, if Chi Wen-han, the young master, had been in command, but at least half of them would die. The difference between coming and going was huge. For these participating escorts, it could be the difference between life and death. Ha! All right. Faced with everyone's expectant and excited gazes, Lin Yi had no choice but to surrender and agree. I will do my best to give advice and suggestions for everyone. That should be fine, right? The escorts instantly cheered, attracting the attention of the bystanders. They all looked at each other. These people from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency must have taken the wrong medicine. The battle hadn't even started, and they were already celebrating in advance. Brother Ling, quickly tell us, how should we deal with this escort agency competition? Chi Wen-han asked impatiently. There are two aspects. The on-the-spot battle is one aspect, and the planning outside the arena is the other. From a certain perspective, the latter may be more important than the former, because the former is only a tactic, while the latter is a strategy. Lin Yi immediately stopped trying to shirk his responsibility, and analyzed the situation for the crowd. The crowd listened and looked at each other. Some nodded as if they understood, while others were completely confused. They had no idea what Lin Yi was talking about. What Brother Ling means is that the most important thing is to make good use of the two opportunities to challenge and be challenged. Chi Wen-han understood immediately. That's right. The planning outside the arena determines the overall situation. If we can make good use of these 4 opportunities, we can achieve twice the results with half the effort and take the initiative. Otherwise, it will be troublesome, Lin Yi nodded. The crowd finally understood. The rules of the escort agency competition only stated that each agency had 2 opportunities to challenge and 2 opportunities to be challenged. However, there were no restrictions on who would issue the challenge first or who would issue the challenge first. In other words, it was up to each agency to decide. In this case, the waters were getting deeper and deeper. For the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, there was nothing much to be said about the right to be challenged twice. They could only accept the challenge passively and did not have much of a choice. However, as for how to use the right to challenge twice, they would have to plan carefully. Who do we challenge? When do we issue the challenge? Chi Wen-han immediately grasped the crux of the problem. That's right. As long as we can handle these two key issues, everything else will naturally be solved, Lin Yi praised. Chi Wen-han could not help but fall into deep thought. These two issues did not seem difficult. If he followed his train of thought, there would only be two strategies, one conservative and one radical. If they were more conservative, they would naturally be picking on the weaker ones. As long as they challenged the weaker escort agencies, their heavens-equal escort agency's strength would be enough to guarantee them 2 victories. As for the remaining 2 chances of being challenged, they only needed to give it their all and fight as many battles as they could. In this way, with the first 2 victories, even if he lost the next 2 rounds, he could at least guarantee that he would not lose any points in this round of the escort agency competition. Due to the huge advantage accumulated in the first 4 rounds, even if the second-place Divine Wind Escort Agency won all 4 rounds, they would at most obtain 670 points, which was just enough to tie with the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. In other words, the worst result after the 5 rounds was to tie with the Divine Wind Escort Agency for first place, which was nothing unacceptable. This was the most conservative strategy. Apart from this, there was another more radical strategy, which was to not challenge the smaller agencies. Instead, they would directly challenge the prestigious agencies that could pose a threat to them. For example, if the second-place Divine Wind Escort Agency won, then they would be able to take first place without any suspense. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. If they failed, then they would have to bear the risk of being overtaken by the prestigious agencies. Not only would they not be able to maintain first place, but they might not even be able to maintain second or third place. Chapter 4450. If Chi Wen-han had to choose, he would definitely choose the first option to play it safe. However, with Lin Yi, who could turn something rotten into something magical, Chi Wen-han felt that even if he were to go up against a wealthy escort agency, his chances of winning would not be that low. After all, in the long run, if the Heavens Equal Escort Agency wanted to truly rise, they would have to go up against these traditional wealthy escorts. If they kept retreating, they would forever be a fake wealthy escort agency, and would never be able to truly become a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, there was another factor that had to be taken into consideration. The upcoming challenge for the head of the escort agency was clearly disadvantageous to them, so they had to prepare well beforehand. The greater their advantage in points, the more confidence they would have when the time came. Brother Ling, what strategy do you have in mind? Chi Wen-han pondered for a long time, but ultimately could not decide. He could only ask Lin Yi for help. My strategy is very simple. Let's wait and see, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Ah. How exactly? Chi Wen-han asked hurriedly. The rules of the competition did not state that we have to make a decision within a certain period of time. We can just bide our time and see how the other agencies fare, Lin Yi said with a smile. But, what if all the easy targets are snatched up by others, and what's left are hard bones to chew? What should we do then? Chi Wen-han could not help but worry. Each escort agency only had 2 chances to be challenged. Once the opportunity to challenge the weaker agencies was snatched up by the other agencies, it would be too late for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency to regret their decision. Brother Chi, do you think we, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, are strong or weak among the 32 escort agencies? Lin Yi glanced at Chi Wen-han. He did not answer, but asked instead. Of course we are strong. Chi Wen-han hesitated for a moment, then immediately insisted. Since we are strong, we should have the temperament of a strong one. Taking advantage of others is the right of the weak. It has nothing to do with us. Keep an eye on the truly threatening competitors, then wait for the right opportunity to strike. This is what we should be doing, Lin Yi said faintly. Brother Ling's advice is enlightening. I have learned a lot. Qi Wenhan was finally enlightened. In front of everyone, he bowed deeply to Lin Yi. Before this, his mentality had always been at the bottom of the 5 major escort agencies. He didn't have much confidence when facing those traditional wealthy families. However, after hearing Lin Yi's words, he came to a realization and broke out in cold sweat. He was 400 points ahead of the runner-up. If it wasn't for someone maliciously targeting him, he would have already secured the first place. As the young master of such an escort agency, if he didn't even have this little bit of magnanimity, he wouldn't be able to do so. How could he achieve greatness in the future? As the two of them spoke, Shanghai Wuliang had already announced the highly anticipated 5th round of the Escort Agency Championship. It had officially begun. As soon as Boundless Sea finished speaking, the representatives of the 5 escort agencies stood up at almost the same time and impatiently issued their challenges. They were challenging the same escort agency, 10,000 Miles Escort Agency. He was ranked 32nd. The total score of the 4 rounds was 0. This was one of all the escort agencies. It was the only escort agency that did not have a single cent, and the weakest among the 32 escort agencies was none other than the 10,000 Miles Escort Agency. As a small escort agency that was barely qualified to join the South Escort Agency Alliance, its combat strength was already so weak that it made people's hair stand on end. After the 3rd round of the test of the escort's loyalty, all 10 of the participating escorts defected, and the morale of the escort agency hit rock bottom. From the head of the escort agency to the ordinary escorts, all of them were dispirited and despondent. Any passerby could see that this 10,000 Miles Escort Agency was a piece of juicy meat. Anyone could easily snatch it away. There was no difficulty to speak of. The others didn't have the resolve of a powerhouse like the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Only an idiot wouldn't fight over 100 points. They're like dogs fighting over food. They don't give us any face at all. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw the depressed expression on the head escort's face. It's no wonder they're so nervous. Although every escort agency has 2 chances to be challenged, when it comes to the 10,000 Miles Escort Agency, there's clearly only one chance. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. Qi Wenhan nodded. According to the rules of the Southern Continent Escort Agency Conference, if an escort agency had a negative score, the competition would be terminated and they would be eliminated. The 10,000 Miles Escort Agency had 0 points right now. It could still be challenged by other escort agencies, but once its score dropped to negative 100 points, it would be eliminated. The other escort agencies wouldn't be able to gain points from it. Being challenged by 5 escort agencies in one go made him the center of attention. Everyone was pointing at him. This feeling was so depressing that he wanted to die. The 10,000 Miles Escort Agency hesitated for a long time before they finally chose one of the weaker escort agencies. The two sides began to fight. Of course, none of the 5 escort agencies that jumped out to challenge the 10,000 Miles Escort Agency were among the top 5 escort agencies. After all, they were all wealthy escort agencies. If they behaved in an unsightly manner, they would be ridiculed by others. Qi Wenhan looked at Lin Yi gratefully when he saw this. If it weren't for Lin Yi's advice, he might have jumped out as well. Even if he didn't win this opportunity, his Heavens Equal Escort Agency would definitely become a laughing stock. The results of the opening match of the Escort Agency tournament were quickly revealed. The 10,000 Miles Escort Agency was in no mood to continue fighting. In the face of their ferocious opponents, they were powerless to resist. After surrendering 100 points, they were unsurprisingly eliminated. Following that, the eyes of the other agencies immediately turned to the next pushover. For most of the people in charge of the escort agencies, nothing else mattered except for the points they had earned. This time, the top 5 escort agencies still did not budge. Of course, it would be useless even if they joined in. Unless they were crazy, these popular agencies would never pick them as opponents. Not only would they not gain any opportunity by joining in, but they would also become a laughingstock. These were all experienced and astute traditional wealthy agencies. They were not stupid. Just as Lin Yi expected, the fifth round of the escort agency conference had been dominated by the lower-ranked agencies. After a full 2 hours, the top 5 escort agencies finally made their appearance. The first to take the stage was the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, which was like the sun in the sky. They did not take the initiative, but were challenged by someone else. Their opponent was an old rival from the first round, the Noon Horse Escort Agency. This time, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was caught unprepared. After all, according to Lin Yi's strategy, he was prepared to wait for the other competitors to make the first move. Now, however, they had no choice but to accept the challenge. R655. Chapter 44-51. Is there something wrong with the Noon Horse Agency? They lost to us in the first round, and now they're biting us like rabid dogs. They even challenged us. Do they think we're pushovers? Qi Wenhan said angrily. He was really a little apprehensive about this erratic Meridian Horse Escort Agency. Although he won the first battle, he paid the price of 3 lives. It could only be said to be a Pyrrhic victory. If they were to fight again, he really did not dare to guarantee that he would win. In reality, the Noon Horse Agency was a classic example of strength being greater than reputation. Although they had placed 11th in the last competition, they were definitely in the top 10 in terms of strength. They're doing this to make a name for themselves. We're just being used as a stepping stone. Lin Yi glanced at the ranking. The Noon Horse Agency had a total of 160 points. It was ranked 13th out of all the agencies. Compared to its strength, it was not considered outstanding. It could barely be considered average. If it continued to develop normally, the Noon Horse Agency's best result would be to just barely squeeze into the top 10. As for becoming one of the top 5 agencies, that was pure wishful thinking. They had strength, but their points were not ideal. Seeing that there weren't many opportunities left, they might as well challenge the highly anticipated Heavens Equal Escort Agency. This was the fastest way to increase their influence. Stepping stone. How dare they? Qi Wenhan became even more furious. The Noon Horse Escort Agency was like a scar in his eyes. Every time he thought about how they had won the first round, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. His shame turned into anger, especially since the other party had climbed all over him and used his Heavens Equal Escort Agency as a stepping stone. Brother Qi, there's no need to be angry. From their point of view, it's not wrong to think that way. First, although our points are high, we're just a dark horse in everyone's eyes. Our strength hasn't been truly recognized. Second, our performance in the first round may have made them feel that our strength is just a so-so. That's all there is to it. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. Humph. Those snobbish bastards. Qi Wenhan snorted coldly, unable to speak. Who told him to not perform well in the first round, giving the other party a chance to take advantage of him? However, being angry was just being angry. When he really had to face this Noon Horse Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan was still a little afraid. It was like a hedgehog with spikes all over its body, making people unable to bite it. Qi Wenhan did not have the slightest intention to challenge it, but now the other party was taking advantage of him. Instead, they had taken the initiative to stick to him. There was no way to avoid them. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to think about anything else. This battle is of utmost importance. As long as we do well, it'll be enough to serve as a deterrent to the other escort agencies, preventing them from acting rashly. However, if we make a mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable, Lin Yi said solemnly to everyone. Everyone nodded. His Heaven's Equal escort agency had been in the limelight for the past 4 rounds of the competition. However, they did not have a strong record of fighting head-on battles. There were probably many people who were secretly dissatisfied with them, but they did not know what was going on. He just didn't dare to act rashly. This time, if the Noon Horse escort agency managed to create an opening, then in the eyes of the other escort agencies, the Heaven's Equal escort agency, which was at its peak, would no longer be the insufferably arrogant tyrant of the escort agencies. Instead, it was a delicious piece of juicy meat. Any escort agency with the slightest bit of ambition would definitely not let go of this excellent opportunity to make a name for themselves. He would definitely rush up and take a bite. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single day. Brothers of the Equal of Heaven escort agency, it's time for you to come in. Just like before, everyone who goes up to fight will be rewarded with 50,000 spirit jades. Those who are willing to fight, step forward. Chi Wenhan shouted in encouragement. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Without hesitation, they stood up and lined up. Everything else aside, the Heaven's Equal escort agency's sincerity towards the escorts under their command was not inferior to any other escort agency. They all had the same thought about fighting for the agency. It was worth it. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at the scene. There were more than 30 escorts present, and all of them were willing to fight for the agency. This level of morale was incomparable to that of the other escort agencies. Even the Heaven's Equal escort agency from 2 days ago could not compare to this level of morale. It was clear that the cohesiveness of these 2 days was not insignificant. Very good. This scene was beyond Chi Wenhan's expectations. He was overjoyed and turned to Lin Yi. Brother Ling, I'll leave the rest to you, including me. Whoever you say will go up. How you say we should fight, we'll fight. Brother Chi, you can forget about it. If the young master of an escort agency has to fight personally, no matter who wins or loses, others will look down on him. Lin Yi shook his head and laughed. He swept his gaze across the escorts in front of him, and finally picked out 5 of them. 1 Golden Core Paragon, 2 at the peak of the late Golden Core realm, and 2 at the late Golden Core realm. This was the lineup that Lin Yi had chosen. This level of strength could be considered as the Heaven's Equal escort agency's first echelon, but it was definitely not the strongest lineup. Lin Yi was deliberately conserving his strength. This was only the first round of the competition. He could not act like a gambler and go all out. After all, these escorts were not like Lin Yi himself. After a battle, his inner chi would be almost completely depleted, and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. He could only rest on the sidelines, unable to continue fighting. Will this work? Chi Wenhan asked worriedly in a low voice. In his mind, even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Moreover, the other party was from the horse escort agency, and they were not easy targets. If he underestimated them, he could easily lose. Regardless of whether it will work or not, I've already chosen them. I can't just change them at the last minute, can I? That's a taboo. Lin Yi looked at him with a playful expression. Oh. Only then did Chi Wenhan react. He hurriedly covered his mouth in apology. Before, he had already said that he would leave everything to Lin Yi. If he interjected now, he would be eating his own words. Who did he want everyone to listen to? At this time, the staff of the convention came over to urge everyone to go up on stage. On the other side, the 5 participating escorts from the horse escort agency were already valiantly standing on the stage. They're all men of sacrifice. No wonder this agency is famous for being crazy. Every single one of them is a lunatic. Chi Wenhan's eyelid twitched as he watched. The opponent's lineup consisted of 1 Golden Core Paragon, 1 at the peak of the late Golden Core realm, and 3 at the late Golden Core realm. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between their side. However, the aura that these 5 people exuded was clearly written on their faces. They were unafraid of death. One was a man of sacrifice, and one was an ordinary person. Even if their strength was the same, if they really fought, the man of sacrifice would definitely have a higher chance of winning. This was inevitable. Chapter 44-52. When Chi Wen-han was guarding the escort, he had suffered this loss. This was also the reason why the Noon Horse Escort Agency was regarded as a tough nut to crack. Chi Wen-han could not help but feel a little guilty. The strength of the 5 participating escorts on his side was about the same as the other party, but if they really fought, they might be at a disadvantage. It looks like the Noon Horse Escort Agency has brainwashed these escorts quite a bit. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback by the situation, but he did not reveal the slightest hint of worry. His expression remained the same. Ah. Brainwashing. Chi Wen-han thought for a moment before he understood what the term meant. He nodded heavily. Yes, brainwashing. I heard that the Noon Horse Escort Agency is managed like a military. 3 times a day, in the morning, afternoon, and evening, the higher-ups of the agency have to give lectures. All they say is to be loyal to the agency and die for it. This kind of opponent is indeed not easy to deal with. The formation of Death Warriors is indomitable and unstoppable. Unless the opponent's strength is much higher than theirs, the average expert will be at a disadvantage. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully and turned to the participating escorts beside him. The 5 of you, what do you think? We'll follow escort leader Ling's instructions. The 5 participating escorts replied in unison. All right, let me ask a little aside first. Do you usually play games? Games that children often play, such as drawing a circle and chasing around in circles? Lin Yi suddenly asked with interest. Ha! Play games. The 5 participating escorts, as well as Chi Wen-han and the others beside him, were instantly dumbfounded. Yes, we play games. I was thinking, since the other party is so aggressive, how about we play a game with them first? Lin Yi said seriously. Ah. The crowd was speechless and looked at each other. If it was not for Lin Yi's miraculous performance that had convinced them, they would have suspected that there was something wrong with this guy's brain. Finally, under the staff's repeated urging, the 5 participating escorts of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency slowly walked onto the stage with a strange expression on their faces. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, Chi Wen-han, and the others stood by the side of the stage to supervise the match. What the hell are you so slow for? No matter what, you're still the super dark horse of this year's grand meeting. Don't tell me that your equal of Heaven Escort Agency is feeling guilty and afraid of our Noon Horse Escort Agency. The head escort of the Noon Horse Escort Agency, Wu Tsonglong, who was supervising the battle, opened his mouth and ridiculed in an overbearing manner. Others might be intimidated by the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's heaven-defying momentum, but Wu Tsonglong wouldn't be. Looking at the previous South Continent Escort Agency grand meetings, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had never been able to gain an advantage over him. It was the same this year as well. How strong was the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency? He knew this much better than the average person. It's not an important match anyway. The result has already been decided. Let's take it slow. What does it matter if it's a little earlier or a little later? Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. There was an uproar outside. Based on the current rankings, the Noon Horse Escort Agency was indeed not even worthy of carrying the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's shoes. However, everyone knew that the Noon Horse Escort Agency was a tough nut to crack, even if it was the 4 Seas Escort Agency. They didn't dare to underestimate him too much. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? You've only managed to scrape up a lot of points by sheer luck. You haven't even fought a proper battle. You're not that strong, but you sure are arrogant. Wu Tsonglong was instantly enraged. He was the absolute ruler of the Noon Horse Escort Agency. Once he lost his temper, the 5 men of sacrifice on the field would immediately put on an attitude of submission. He immediately assumed the attitude of a subordinate who would die if his master was humiliated. Like a mad dog, he could not wait to skin the people from the Equal of Heaven escort agency alive. If an average person stood in front of them, they would probably be so scared that they wouldn't even be able to stand. Even though the 5 escorts that Lin Yi had picked were not cowards, they still felt like mice meeting a cat in front of these people. They did not seem to be evenly matched opponents at all. A passerby agency that has only scored 160 points, which is only a fraction of our total points, yet you're saying that we're arrogant. I'm speechless. I can only reply with 2 words, hee hee. Lin Yi continued to laugh mockingly. His calm and condescending attitude infuriated Wu Songlong to no end. At this moment, the audience had a completely different feeling. Although the head of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was talking tough, the 5 participating escorts on the field were all cowering in fear. It was as if they were frightened by the other party. No matter how they looked at it, this was not the demeanor of the best escort agency. You have a sharp tongue. You still dare to laugh at me. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Wu Songlong sneered and suddenly shouted, "Brothers, they're the best escort agency and they're looking down on the Noon Horse Escort Agency. What do you think we should do? Whoever dares to humiliate the Noon Horse Escort Agency will be crushed to pieces." The 5 escorts on the field roared in unison. They're really poisoned. This brainwashing. TSK TSK. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at this scene. He didn't say anything else because his goal had been achieved. The match had officially begun. As soon as the referee gave the order, a long stick of incense was lit at the side of the arena. The 5 horse escorts on the arena couldn't wait any longer. They roared angrily and pounced on the 5 members of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. In front of their ferocious momentum, the 5 members of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency were like quails. They didn't have any morale to resist. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency isn't a fake, is it? The audience couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. What happened next only confirmed their suspicions. Facing the menacing Noon Horse Escort Agency, the 5 escorts from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency didn't have the awareness of the experts of the 5 Great Escort Agency. Their reactions were even worse than the weakest 10,000-mile escort agency. They didn't even think about fighting back. Instead, they turned tail and ran. The entire stadium was in an uproar. Everyone, including Boundless Sea and Qi Mingyuan, who didn't know what was going on, was dumbfounded. Not only did they not fight back in this kind of group arena, they turned tail and ran. This was the first time in the history of the Southern Continent's Escort Agency Association. The only consolation was that the 5 people from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency still had some sense of shame. At the very least, they didn't run off the stage. Instead, they ran for their lives. If they had jumped off the stage, they would have been eliminated and the match would have ended there and then. Even so, the audience was still dumbfounded by the chaotic situation on the stage. The 5 Heaven's Equal Escort Agency were being chased by the Noon Horse Escort Agency all over the stage. All of them had their hands over their heads and were running away like rats. They didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. Chapter 44-53. Initially, he was still a little worried. Although they had suffered heavy losses in the first round, they had still lost. Now, his worries had been thrown to the back of his mind. Morale was the most important factor in an arena deathmatch. Without morale, no matter how strong one was, they would not be able to unleash their full potential. How could the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency have any morale left? If they were not afraid of being punished by the agency, the 5 participating escorts would have already raised their hands and surrendered. As Wu Songlong laughed, the 5 horse escorts seemed to have received a boost in morale. Every move they made became more violent and ferocious. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, who was being chased around the arena, was like a small boat in the middle of a huge wave, in danger of being capsized at any time. Everyone who saw this could not help but break out in cold sweat for them. Hee, this round is already a sure win. We won't even need half an incense stick's time to decide the winner. Wu Songlong said confidently. He turned to his assistant and instructed, quickly prepare the list of challengers and wait for the judges. Once they're done here, submit the challenge request. Head escort agency, who are we going to challenge next? The assistant asked. Idiot, of course we're going to challenge the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Wu Songlong glared at him and said with a greedy expression, he's obviously a pushover. He can easily earn points and make a name for himself. I'm sure many escort agencies will be fighting to challenge him later. We can't let others take advantage of him. Yes. The assistant finally understood and quickly went to prepare the list. Challenging the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was a wise move. We've gained both fame and fortune. If this continues, we can look forward to becoming one of the top 5 escort agencies. Wu Songlong said proudly. The situation was going so smoothly that even he could not believe it. Becoming one of the top 5 escort agencies had been his long-cherished wish for many years. Who would have thought that the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency would be such a perfect stepping stone, delivering itself right to his doorstep? Wu Songlong was eagerly anticipating the outcome of the battle so that he could take advantage of the situation to reap some benefits. However, half an incense stick's time had passed. Although the arena was still in chaos, not a single one of the 5 Heavens Equal Escort Agency had fallen. Not only that, the 5 of them were not injured at all. As the head of the Horse Escort Agency, even though Wu Songlong was bent on using the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency as a stepping stone, his observational skills were not something an ordinary person could compare to. He could already sense that there was something fishy going on. Even though Zhang Xian couldn't tell what the other party was up to, he was certain that the 5 Heavens Equal Escort Masters weren't as cowardly as they thought they were. They were being incited by someone else. Don't waste time. Focus on killing one first. Wu Songlong suddenly ordered. Yes. Escort Wu Ma on the stage was already feeling a little impatient. Hearing this, they immediately formed an encirclement formation. It was not a brilliant formation, but under the restrictions of the arena, it was enough to easily trap the opponent in a corner. Of course, the prerequisite for doing so was to temporarily let go of the other 4. No matter what, he had to get rid of one first. This way, even if the time for an incense stick to burn was up, he would still be able to get rid of it. It was also the Noon Horse Escort Agency's victory, at least there wouldn't be any accidents. 5 against 1, and the one trapped was the weakest late Golden Elixir stage expert of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. The drowsy audience immediately became excited. Based on the Noon Horse Escort Agency's usual style, no one would be able to save this pitiful worm. A smug expression returned to Wu Songlong's face. He didn't know what the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was up to, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were just a joke. Unfortunately, Wu Songlong had forgotten one thing. In terms of the true strength of both parties on the battlefield, the Wu Horse Escort Agency did not have any advantage at all. It was just that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's pathetic retreat had given him this subconscious misconception. There was no need for Lin Yi's order, and the other 4 Heavens Equal Escorts who had been emptied on the stage immediately changed from their previous cowardice to attacking together without hesitation. The speed of the change was shocking, and their target was the strongest Golden Core perfected master from the Horse Escort Agency. In the blink of an eye, it was still a farce. In the blink of an eye, the situation on the arena had become extremely tense. The audience watched with their eyes wide open, afraid to miss out on a good show. It was originally 5 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, it had become 4 against 1. This was because the Noon Horse Escort Agency, who had been targeted, would definitely not be able to fend for himself. It looked like they were about to exchange pieces. However, the difference was that once the pieces were exchanged, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency would lose their weakest late Golden Elixir stage expert, while the Noon Horse Escort Agency would lose their strongest Golden Elixir stage expert. No matter how one looked at it, it was a huge loss. Do you think we'll be afraid just because of this? What a joke. Eat the meat in your mouth first. Wu Zonglong was not flustered or afraid. Others might be afraid of this situation, but the Noon Horse Escort Agency was not. Based on their usual style, they would definitely withstand the pressure and kill the late Golden Elixir stage expert first. Then, they would turn around and attack. The weakest late Golden Elixir stage expert would not be able to withstand the combined attack of everyone. However, the strongest Golden Elixir stage expert would have at least a 50% chance of surviving. Even if they were heavily injured, they would still have the upper hand in a 5 against 4 situation. A 50% chance of surviving was a risk that most people would not dare to take. However, these escorts who had been brainwashed by Wu Zonglong were definitely an exception. After all, they were people who had been trained to die on the spot. Unexpectedly, after hearing Wu Zonglong's words, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Is that so? How pathetic and ignorant. Wu Zonglong wanted to retort. However, before he could say more than a few words, the 5 Noon Horse Escort Agency members on the arena suddenly retreated in unison. They actually temporarily let go of the Heaven's Equal Escort who was trapped in the corner. Instead, they turned around and faced the 4 people behind them with a guarded expression. Are you all crazy? Why are you retreating now? You dare to disobey the orders of your chief escort agency. Wu Zonglong was instantly enraged. Even the spectators outside the arena were in an uproar. Disobeying orders was something that would never happen in the Noon Horse Escort Agency. However, the scene before them was clearly slapping Wu Zonglong in the face. How could they explain it? Hearing Wu Zonglong's roar, the 5 Noon Horse Escort Agency members on the arena, especially the Golden Elixir stage expert, could not help but shrink their necks in fear. Originally, he had wanted to withstand the pressure and take the opportunity to kill the late Golden Elixir stage expert. It was not only him. Every single Noon Horse Escort Agency member had the same thought. Chapter 44-54. But, just now, for some reason, his body had inexplicably made an evasive movement. Even he himself did not know why. Looks like this tactic worked. Lin Yi smiled faintly, and nodded in satisfaction. Brother Ling, what tactic is this? How dare they disobey Wu Zonglong's orders? Isn't this too strange? Qi Wenhan asked in disbelief. Just now, when arranging the tactic, in order to prevent it from being leaked, Lin Yi only gave instructions to the 5 participating escorts. Everyone else, including Qi Wenhan, was kept in the dark. Not only Qi Wenhan, but everyone present who knew a thing or two actually had this doubt. The Noon Horse Escort Agency was famous for its strict obedience. Under the circumstances where the strength of the escorts was not outstanding, it was also because of this that they were able to gain a foothold in the Southlands. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was their lifeline. But now, they don't really dare to openly disobey orders. It's just like how Wu Zonglong insisted on brainwashing them. From just now, we have also been brainwashing them. It's that simple. Lin Yi smiled. Ah. Brainwashing. Qi Wenhan's expression instantly became even more strange. How is that possible? Brother Ling, you didn't say anything to brainwash them. Brainwashing doesn't necessarily require words. Actions are enough. From the beginning until now, all the actions of the 5 escorts have been instilling a hint into the other party, making them subconsciously firm in their thoughts. Lin Yi said. What thoughts? Qi Wenhan scratched his head. Brother Qi. If it were you, and you encountered a group of opponents who covered their heads and fled as soon as they appeared, asking you to exchange lives with them one-on-one. Do you know how to do it? Lin Yi asked instead of answering. Of course not. Knowing that the other party is not as good as you, who would be stupid enough to exchange lives with them one-on-one? Qi Wenhan replied instinctively. Then he reacted and slapped his thigh. Wonderful. How wonderful. Brother Ling, you are indeed brilliant. Not really brilliant. I saw that the other party's morale was high from the start, and it was not a good idea to fight them head-on. So, I simply decided to show weakness. As for this, it's actually an unexpected gain. Lin Yi said with a smile. In one spurt of energy. This was the experience left behind by the ancient people. It was used to deal with the Wuma escort agency, this kind of armed escort team that was on steroids. It just so happened to have a miraculous restraining effect, and the psychological suggestion left behind in the process made the horse escort master waver. Even Lin Yi himself did not expect that it would have such a good anti-brainwashing effect. Hee, Brother Ling, you don't have to be so humble. You must have calculated this point, which is why you made our brothers flee so pathetically. This afternoon, Zonglong is going to have a headache. Strict compliance is the foundation of their escort agency's survival. Now that his subordinates are disobedient, let's see what else he can do to be arrogant. Qi Wenhan immediately felt proud and elated. They might not necessarily be disobedient. It's just that he doesn't seem to be very obedient. Lin Yi corrected. It was impossible for the Wu Steed escort to completely disobey Wu Zonglong's orders with this kind of strategy. Same. Qi Wenhan chuckled, then said impatiently, then what do we do next? Do we have to go all out in one go? No, it's not the right time yet. Lin Yi shook his head lightly. Now, it seemed that his side had a slight psychological advantage, but it was far from enough. After all, the Wu Horse Escort Agency was not so easy to deal with. If they were to apply pressure now, it was very likely that they would retaliate and cause the opposite effect. All right. Although Qi Wenhan's heart was itching, since he had given Lin Yi full authority, he naturally would not say anything. Whatever Lin Yi said, he would do. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. Did my words go in one ear and out the other? Do you want to go back and receive punishment? Hurry up and kill one of them. Wu Zonglong was still in a rage. When the 5 Wu Horse Escort Agency heard the words punishment, they instantly shivered and did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. They hurriedly shook off the distracting thoughts in their minds and began to exert their strength again. They surrounded one of the Heaven's Equal escorts in a corner. It was still that Golden Dan late-stage escort. At the same time, the 4 Heaven's Equal escorts who had been emptied all turned their attention to the strongest Golden Dan late-stage escort. The situation was exactly the same as before. Kill him. Kill him. Wu Zonglong was afraid that there would be another mishap, so he yelled and urged. While he was urging them, the other 4 Heaven's Equal escort masters had already prepared their powerful martial techniques. The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, and at this critical moment, the group of Wu Horse escort masters, especially the Golden Core Paragon escort master, hesitated for a moment. However, under the threat of Wu Zonglong, they had no choice but to act. You can come down now. Lin Yi suddenly ordered. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, when the Wu Horse Escort Agency launched their attacks, the trapped Heaven's Equal escorts actually jumped down from the arena at the last moment, causing all their attacks to miss. At the same time, it was the Golden Dan late-stage escort from the Wu Horse Escort Agency who received the full force of the other 4 Heaven's Equal escorts' attacks. While he was hesitating, all of his vital points were hit and he died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the entire crowd fell silent. Wu Zonglong's face became extremely ugly, as black as the bottom of a pot. Because the Heaven's Equal escorts jumped down from the arena, they lost a late-stage Golden Dan late-stage escort. On the other hand, the Wu Horse Escort Agency lost a Golden Dan late-stage escort. It was a classic strategy, but everyone could see that the Wu Horse Escort Agency had suffered a great loss this time. After a long period of attrition, the morale of the Middle Horse Escort on the field had already been worn down. Otherwise, if their morale was still high, they would not have wavered just now, nor would they have hesitated and delayed things. Now, they had suffered such a great loss, especially when they were toyed with by their opponents. Their morale had fallen to rock bottom, and they were at a loss for what to do. Feign weakness to the enemy, then retreat when the enemy advances. Wear down the morale and defeat the enemy with one strike. Brother Ling, you are a master of the art of war. Qi Wenhan's eyes lit up. He was a knowledgeable person, which was why he could see the situation so clearly. If it had been anyone else, they would have thought it was amazing. They would have thought that the Heaven's Equal escorts were obviously in a sorry state, so how did they suddenly gain the upper hand? Could it be that young hero Ling's strategy from the very beginning was to use this strategy? Steward Song, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. That's right. Against a tough opponent like the Wu Horse Escort Agency, using brute force would be too damaging. Using this kind of strategy, which is extremely advantageous, can break their morale, Lin Yi nodded and said. Chapter 44-55. If not for the previous incident, they would have done so already. However, now that it had happened, the 4-horse escort masters left on the field suffered an even greater blow. However, after saying that, his thoughts drifted to the faraway North Africa. At that time, fighting in the jungle required the most tactics, and the tactics that Lin Yi used were just some of the tactics that he had used too many times. It was just that no one used them on Heaven Tier Island. Top novel. When he thought of North Africa, he could not help but think of Yuning. Was she doing well in the secular world? Was everyone else doing well? Has he received my letter? Shaking his head, he threw away these sorrowful thoughts, because the competition was still ongoing. To be able to receive the help of young hero Ling is the greatest fortune that the Equal of Heaven's Escort Agency has accumulated over several lifetimes. It is also the fortune of the young master's family, Steward Song sighed as he glanced at Qi Wenhan meaningfully. Qi Wenhan embarrassedly scratched his head. In comparison, the performance of his young master was far too immature. It couldn't be said that he was weak, but it could be said that Ling Yi was a freak. He was strong in all aspects, and ordinary people couldn't compare to him. What are you panicking for? You still have 4 people, and the opponent only has 4 people. What is there to panic about? Let's take them down in one go. Wu Zonglong was unwilling to accept his fate, and continued to shout from below the stage. He was still trying to raise the morale of his team, and was still thinking of turning the tables. However, in the eyes of the audience, this scene only caused them to mock him. Anyone with eyes could see that the horse escort company had already lost. At this time, it was useless to be so stubborn. 4 against 4 is not bad, but the other side has 1 Jindan peak, 2 peak stage Jindan realm martial artists and 1 peak stage Jindan realm martial artist, while your Noon Horse Escort Agency has 1 peak stage Jindan realm martial artist and 3 peak stage Jindan realm martial artists. If their morale was as high as before, then they might be able to create a miracle. However, the problem was that their morale had fallen to the freezing point. What could they use to fight against the opponent? The development of this competition was not surprising. Just as everyone had expected, the Noon Horse Escort Agency had lost all of its sharpness. It was completely suppressed by the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Even after the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the 4 escorts of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency were still unscathed. On the other hand, the menacing Noon Horse Escort Agency had lost another 2 escorts. In the end, they had to pay a heavy price of 3 lives. This was the end of the challenge. Without losing a single soldier, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency managed to have the last laugh despite the farce that started the operation. This scene caused everyone's eyes to pop out of their sockets, and they could not help but comment on it. Even a traditional wealthy organization like the Four Seas Escort Agency might not be able to completely destroy the Noon Horse Escort Agency, which was known for its toughness and blood. At the very least, it was impossible for them to do so without losing a single soldier. However, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had done it. This was a duel. Rather than saying it was a difference in strength, it was better to say it was a complete and utter suppression of intelligence. From the beginning to the end, Wu Songlong had been toyed with by Lin Yi. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. However, because of this, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was even more favored by the Chambers of Commerce. Not only did the people in charge of the Chambers of Commerce not look down on the Heavens Equal Escort for running away, they all nodded their heads in approval. After all, the responsibility of an escort was to be a bodyguard. It was not to fight with brute force. No matter what methods were used, as long as one managed to protect the goods, they would be considered a good escort. On the other hand, if one fought with brute force and lost the goods, what was the point of that? To put it nicely, it was bravery, but in reality, it was like a tiger. It was not a life or death grudge. An escort's job was to be a bodyguard. Everything else was secondary. On the scoreboard, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had risen by 100 points, reaching an astonishing 770 points. Not only had the gap not shrunk, but it had also widened. On the other hand, the Noon Horse Escort Agency, which had initiated the challenge, was left with a pitiful 60 points after losing 100 points. Not only was it at the bottom of all the escort agencies, but it was also facing the awkward situation of being eliminated if it lost another match. Wu Songlong's mood was so gloomy that he could die. He had been feared by all the escort agencies, but now, he was about to follow in the footsteps of the 10,000 Miles Escort Agency. However, he had brought this upon himself. Who asked him to challenge the Heavens Equal Escort Agency? Head Escort Agency, are we still going to challenge the Heavens Equal Escort Agency? The assistant who had been ordered to make preparations asked cautiously. Slap. Wu Songlong slapped the assistant so hard that he fell to the ground. He shouted hysterically, "Challenge my ass. Don't tell me that we haven't lost badly enough. Do you really want to be eliminated?" Although he had flown into a rage out of humiliation, Wu Songlong did not lose his rationality. Right now, the most important thing for him was to ensure that he would not be eliminated, not to chase after the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Otherwise, if they lost another match and were really eliminated, his Noon Horse Escort Agency would become as weak as the 10,000 Miles Escort Agency. They would no longer be able to receive any decent large orders. From then on, they would have to rely on the sea breeze to pass their days. The previous example was right in front of them. For a moment, the escort agencies that had been itching to give it a try and had the same idea as the Noon Horse Escort Agency. For example, the Yongxing Escort Agency, which was about as strong as the Noon Horse Escort Agency, had originally wanted to use the Heavens Equal Escort Agency as a stepping stone to reach the top in one step. However, they were now hesitating again. It was true that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had not displayed its truly overwhelming strength in this match. It was far from enough to make people feel fear and despair. However, if it was any other escort agency that had taken the challenge, they could not guarantee that they would perform better than the Noon Horse Escort Agency. What if they ended up in the same situation? Lin Yi smiled faintly when he saw that the people in charge of the escort agencies had fallen into a state of hesitation and struggle. This effect was actually just right. He could easily obtain points without scaring the other agencies and completely cut off their thoughts of reaching the top in one step. Otherwise, if they were to be so frightened that no agency dared to take the initiative to challenge them, it would be a different kind of loss. After all, in the 5th round of the Escort Agency Championship, Each agency was only given the right to challenge and the right to be challenged twice. As for whether they wanted to challenge or use up all these opportunities, it was up to each agency to decide. There were no mandatory rules in the championship. For example, the Equal of Heaven escort agency had the right to initiate a challenge twice. Of course, it was up to them to decide. However, whether or not they could use the remaining right to be challenged depended on whether or not the other escort agencies would continue to challenge them. If they were all scared off, then the right to be challenged this time would just be for show. Naturally, it would be useless. This problem was not so obvious for the Heaven's Equal escort agency. After all, it was just a new force to be reckoned with. Its strength had yet to be truly ingrained in people's hearts. Chapter 44-56. However, for traditional aristocrats like the Four Seas Escort Agency and the Divine Wind Escort Agency, their accumulated prestige was an obvious disadvantage at this time. They were more likely to fight among themselves. As for the other escort agencies, they did not dare to challenge them at all. Otherwise, they would be asking for trouble and giving away points for no reason. The entire conference fell into a rare silence. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, an escort agency stepped forward to challenge again. However, the challenger was not the Heaven's Equal escort agency, but the weakest agencies that were ranked at the bottom in terms of strength and ranking. The ready-made points that were guaranteed to win were what most escort agencies loved the most. The 5 consecutive matches were all competitions that were aimed at grabbing points while they were down. There was no suspense to speak of. Compared to the match between the Heaven's Equal escort agency and the Noon Horse escort agency, it was really boring. The atmosphere in the entire Demon Cold Square was quite dull. Everyone was even beginning to feel sleepy. At this time, another good show finally came on stage. The Black Eagle Agency, which was ranked 6th on the scoreboard, challenged the Heaven's Equal escort agency. Upon hearing these two names, everyone's spirits rose. These two organizations were no ordinary organizations. The Heaven's Equal escort agency, which was currently in the limelight, did not need to be mentioned. However, the Black Eagle escort agency was no ordinary organization either. The Black Eagle Agency. Lin Yi did not know much about this escort agency. He was surprised by this challenge. He thought that the Four Seas escort agency would not be able to hold back. After all, if it wanted to quickly gain points, directly challenging the Heaven's Equal escort agency was the most cost-effective choice. As long as it won, it would be able to gain 200 points in one go. Otherwise, even if it won 4 matches in a row, it might not be able to gain so many points unless the Heaven's Equal escort agency suffered consecutive defeats. Unfortunately, the probability of this happening was not high. This is troublesome. Qi Wenhan, who was standing at the side, frowned. Seeing that Lin Yi was still confused, he smiled bitterly and explained, "The strength of this escort agency is far beyond the Noon Horse escort agency. Its strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Brother Ling, do you know about the Yuantong escort agency?" "I've heard a little about it. It said that the original 5 major escort agencies split up during the last South Continent Escort Agency Festival. That's why their position fell to our agency." Lin Yi nodded. He had heard about this from other escorts. This Black Hawk escort agency is actually the reorganized Far Pass escort agency. I heard that they've been recruiting for the past few years, and their strength is even stronger than the original Far Pass escort agency. And this time, they even publicly shouted out a slogan, saying that they want to take back their position as one of the 5 major escort agencies from our hands. Qi Wenhan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If it was the afternoon darts. Even if they had to pay a heavy price, they would still be able to defeat their opponents. However, this Black Eagle escort agency that came with such a menacing aura, if they were to really fight, their strength would probably be above their own. This was definitely a strong enemy. Hee, if that's the case, you've come with ill intentions. It was only then that Lin Yi understood. It made sense for the Black Eagle Escort Agency to challenge his Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. They wanted to take back their position as one of the top 5 escort agencies. Naturally, he would target the 5 major escort agencies. Compared to the other 4 traditional wealthy families, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was still in the limelight, but it was much weaker. Moreover, it was once the Yuantong Escort Agency. It had been snatched away by the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. Therefore, this was a typical revenge. Brother Ling, what should we do now? Qi Wenhan saw that Lin Yi didn't seem to care. He could not help but ask nervously. What else can we do? I'll fight with all my strength. I'll have to fight this kind of tough battle sooner or later. It's not a bad thing. If we do well in this battle, our equals Heaven's Escort Agency's spirit, Qi, and spirit will rise by leaps and bounds. That is the aura that a wealthy and powerful family should have. Lin Yi glanced at him before ordering the escorts to line up and prepare for the selection of soldiers. Brother Ling is right, I lost my composure. Only then did Qi Wenhan react. As the young master, being afraid before the battle had even begun would greatly affect the morale of his men. While he was secretly embarrassed, he hurriedly patted his chest and said, Brother Ling, this is going to be a tough battle. I'm afraid it will be difficult to use tricks like before. Why don't I personally take the lead? An arena battle of life and death was ultimately a battle of brute strength. Not every battle could be like the one against the Noon Horse Escort Agency, where one could rely on intelligence to crush the opponent. Brother Qi, are you sure? This time, Lin Yi did not directly stop him. In his opinion, the upcoming battle against the Black Eagle Escort Agency might very well be a battle that would transform the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. As the young master, if Qi Wenhan were to personally take the field, not only would he be powerful, but he would also be able to greatly boost the morale of his men, greatly increasing their chances of winning. Of course. Qi Wenhan nodded solemnly and grinned, Brother Ling, I'll leave the command to you. As for the vanguard, just leave it to me. Considering the upcoming challenge of the head of the escort agency, they had to conserve their strength. Therefore, Qi Wenhan would definitely not let Lin Yi join them. Therefore, this time, he would be leading the team himself. This was already the strongest formation that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency could muster. That's good. This battle concerns the future of the entire escort agency. Since Brother Qi is personally taking the field, this battle must be won. Also, Brother Qi, you must take care of your own safety. If anything happens to you, even if we win this battle in the end, it will not be worth it, Lin Yi reminded him. Brother Ling, do not worry. I know what I'm doing, Qi Wenhan nodded solemnly. Good. Lin Yi immediately began to select his team members. This battle was of utmost importance. There was no room for mistakes. Therefore, he did not have any thoughts of conserving his strength. He immediately brought out the strongest formation he had. Including Qi Wenhan, who was at the Golden Essence level, there were a total of 3 Golden Essence level experts at the Golden Essence level and 2 experts at the peak of the late Golden Essence level. Of course, if they wanted to ensure that their strength was the strongest on paper, they could actually add another Golden Essence level expert. However, this person had dared to fight the Noon Horse Escort Agency. Although he was not injured, he had expended a lot of true qi. He would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Therefore, there was no point in forcing him to fight now. With such a strong formation, even if they were to face a prestigious escort agency like the Four Seas Escort Agency, they would still be able to put up a fight. If they were to face the Noon Horse Escort Agency, this formation would be able to crush them directly. There was no need for them to scheme. Seeing the list of participating escorts that Steward Song had handed over, Qi Mingyuan, who was sitting among the judges, was instantly stunned. Nonsense. Qi Mingyuan glared and immediately slammed the table, wanting to step off the stage to stop this. Although in order to ensure the fairness of the competition, as a judge, he was not allowed to step off the stage without permission, he could not care less now. After all, this was his only son, who he had high hopes for. Chapter 44-57. If he lost the competition, he could still make a comeback. But if something happened to Qi Wenhan, who would he cry to? He was the only successor of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. If even the successor died, what future would the agency have? Head Escort Agency, we can't always protect our young eagle under our wings. There will come a day when it will experience a storm. I think we should let Wenhan have a try. This is a rare opportunity. Housekeeper Song reached out to stop him. Old Song, why are you? Qi Mingyuan frowned and sighed. I understand this, but this kind of thing has to be done step by step. We can't put ourselves in such a dangerous situation all of a sudden, right? The Black Eagle Agency is not easy to deal with. Chief Escort, in my opinion, while this battle is dangerous, nothing will happen to Wenhan. After all, young hero Ling is here, and you've also seen his ability to command on the spot. There won't be any problems. Butler Song, on the other hand, looked very confident. This is true. Qi Mingyuan hesitated. Lin Yi's presence gave him a reassurance. Even if he did not participate in the battle himself, just commanding on the spot should be enough to ensure Qi Wenhan's safety. In the end, he could only nod and say, the world still belongs to the young. Old Song, we are all old, that's right. Our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is about to enter a new chapter. We have a bright future. Housekeeper Song nodded. Well said. A bright future. Qi Mingyuan's eyes flashed. He finally made up his mind and announced the name list of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's participating escorts. Seeing that the first name on the list was the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan, the crowd was in an uproar. After all the previous miraculous performances, especially when they defeated the aggressive Noon Horse Escort Agency without losing a single soldier, no one dared to look down on the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency anymore. After all, they were not idiots. Even if the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency did not display overwhelming strength, they had a solid record in front of them. They had no choice but to accept it. Now that they saw Qi Wenhan personally leading the team, the crowd did not look down on them as much as Lin Yi had expected. Instead, they were all in high spirits. Facing a strong opponent like the Black Eagle Agency, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was finally going all out. Qi Wenhan. At this moment, in the Black Hawk Escort Agency's camp, there was a middle-aged man in a black coat with an eye-catching knife scar on his face. Seeing this, he could not help but be slightly taken aback. This person was the chief escort of the Black Hawk Escort Agency, Xiao Shaning. 5 years ago, the Yuantong Escort Agency fell apart overnight. In just a year, Xiao Shaning, who was originally just an ordinary escort leader of the Yuantong Escort Agency, took advantage of the chaos and rose to power. Not only did he successfully swallow up the various forces left behind by the Yuantong Escort Agency, but he also reformed the Black Eagle Escort Agency. After 3 years of development and expansion, his current strength was far greater than before. He was a formidable and ambitious character. Even the young master has been forced to come out. This shows that the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency's strength is only so-so. Although they were lucky enough to become one of the top 5 escort agencies last time, it's a pity that a nouveau riche will always be a nouveau riche. They'll never be able to make a name for themselves, one of the escorts beside him said with a pout. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency has been one of the top 5 escort agencies for 5 years. In your eyes, it's just a nouveau riche. Then what is our Black Eagle Escort Agency? Xiao Shaning glanced at him. The escort leader was at a loss for words. Although his agency had been reformed from the Yuantong escort agency, strictly speaking, it was still an escort agency that had only been established for a few years. If he insisted on feeling superior to the Heaven's Equal escort agency, he would be deceiving himself and others. The biggest difference between a rich and a nouveau riche is not in strength, but in the foundation and temperament. This Heaven's Equal escort agency has only been established for a short 5 years, but it already has the temperament of a rich and powerful family. They're able to take things in at will, strategize against their enemies, and fight to the death. They're really not simple. Zhao Shanning exclaimed. For the past few years, he had been wholeheartedly trying to build the temperament of a rich and powerful family. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the Black Eagle escort agency was strong enough, but in his eyes, it was far from enough. Especially now that he had seen the Heaven's Equal escort agency, the gap between them was even more obvious. Head Escort, since the Heaven's Equal escort agency is stronger than expected, should we proceed with the battle as planned? The escort leader who was in charge of directing the battle asked. No, this time, I will personally direct the battle. If our Black Eagle escort agency wants to rise, we must defeat the Heaven's Equal escort agency. We must win this battle, not lose. Zhao Shanning's aura grew cold. The current Heaven's Equal escort agency had indeed earned his respect. However, respect was respect, and he could not go easy on them. In fact, the more this was so, the more he wanted to defeat them. An opponent like this deserved to be personally commanded by Zhao Shanning. While Zhao Shanning was observing the Heaven's Equal escort agency, Lin Yi, Qi Wenhan, and the others were also carefully observing the Black Eagle escort agency. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. That person is the head escort of the Black Eagle escort agency. Lin Yi looked Zhao Shanning up and down. Whether it was against the Noon Horse escort agency or the Yongxing escort agency in the first round of the battle, he had only observed the participating escorts. He had never paid attention to the person commanding the battle. This time, however, was an exception. That's right. This person's name is Zhao Shanning. My father has a very high opinion of him, even higher than Boundless Seas. He is an ambitious and ruthless character, Qi Wenhan said, nodding cautiously. He does seem to be something else. Lin Yi nodded. After experiencing so many ups and downs, he had seen all sorts of people. He had quite a bit of experience when it came to reading people's faces. As the saying went, one's face was born from one's heart. This was not just a person's appearance, but also a person's temperament and demeanor. This Zhao Shanning, on the other hand, gave off an extraordinary aura. He was a classic example of an ambitious and ruthless character. As the two of them spoke, the participating escorts of the Dark Eagle escort agency, under the urging of the referee, had already left the arena. The 5 of them lined up in a row and stood on the arena, causing the entire audience to exclaim in surprise. The 5 participating escorts were all experts at the Golden Core Perfection stage. How generous! Even Qi Wenhan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The rules stated that only Golden Core experts could participate in the South Continent's escort agency Grand Meet. Sending 5 Golden Core experts at the Golden Core Perfection stage at once was already a dream lineup. In the past, only the overlords of escort agencies like the Four Seas Escort Agency could deploy such a lineup. Who would have thought that the Black Eagle Escort Agency would be so powerful? Chapter 4458. Interesting. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. Although he was only in charge of giving instructions and not personally going into battle, the thrill of encountering such a strong opponent made him unconsciously excited. Brother Ling, how do we fight? Qi Wenhan asked. The other 4 participating escorts also looked at Lin Yi expectantly. They were more or less nervous. After all, they were facing 5 Golden Core consummation experts. If they fought them head-on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the key to winning this battle was still Lin Yi's on-the-spot instructions. Everyone, don't be nervous. In this battle, our strength is actually not weaker than our opponents. Lin Yi smiled and comforted them. He then analyzed, although our opponents have 5 golden core consummation experts, we have Brother Qi on our side, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Brother Qi's strength is well known throughout the entire Verdant Arc territorial waters. Ordinary golden core consummation experts are probably just as so in Brother Qi's eyes. Brother Ling is too kind. Qi Wenhan pinched his nose and did not deny it. Although his strength was not as abnormal as Lin Yi's, who could beat up an early Yuanying expert, he was still an existence that could not be underestimated. He was known as the small invincible golden core in the Verdant Arc territorial waters. Yes, with young master here, we can fight. The other 4 participating escorts immediately relaxed quite a bit. Under normal circumstances, Qi Wenhan would be able to restrain 2 golden core paragon experts. In this way, when they fought later, their side would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. So there is no need to be nervous. Although our opponents are strong, as long as we treat them calmly, our chances of winning are still very high. Lin Yi smiled. After letting everyone relax, he said seriously, if nothing unexpected happens, when the battle starts, I am afraid that the opponents will focus on attacking Brother Qi. Brother Qi, you must be mentally prepared for this. Yes, I know. To catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. Qi Wenhan replied in a low voice. He was the strongest person in the Equal of Heaven escort agency. At the same time, he was also the most obvious breakthrough point. If something happened to him, the young master, then everything would be over. Then we have to be careful and protect the young master carefully. This is to prevent our opponents from succeeding in their schemes. The 4 participating escorts looked at each other. Although Qi Wenhan was strong, this was an escort agency competition, not a one-on-one duel. The situation could change in an instant, and if his opponent seized the opportunity to gang up on him, even Qi Wenhan would not be able to withstand it. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. If you really think that way, then we have lost. And he will definitely lose. Everyone, including Qi Wenhan, was stunned. Just a moment ago, he had said that his chances of winning were very high. How did it become certain defeat in the blink of an eye? Brother Qi's presence is a double-edged sword for both sides. The longer he stays on the field, the easier it is for him to get into an accident. For the Black Eagle Escort Agency, the most they can do is to lose this match. They can afford to lose, but we can't. Lin Yi's gaze slowly swept across everyone's faces. So, in order to prevent any accidents, we must finish this battle quickly. End the battle quickly. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they hurriedly asked, how do you mean end the battle quickly? Their opponents were not weaklings, but 5 golden core perfected experts. With their strength, it would be a blessing from the heavens if they could win this battle of life and death. How could they end the battle quickly? Unless, of course, it was a risky move. You must remember every word I say. Whether or not we can have the last laugh in this battle, whether or not we can let you, especially Brother Qi, escape unscathed, depends on whether or not you can do it. Lin Yi's expression turned serious for once, because everyone was right. From a certain perspective, this strategy was indeed a risky one. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the battle between the Black Eagle Escort Agency and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency finally began with the announcement of the referee. The moment the incense was lit, the 5 golden core perfected experts of the Black Eagle Escort Agency charged towards their opponents like ferocious tigers released from their cages. They did not seem to have any intricate formation, but their pace was surprisingly consistent. Even their breathing was strictly synchronized. The result of this was that the five people's powerful auras completely fused into one, forming a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, covering the sky and covering the earth as it pressed down on Chi Wen-han and the others. Not simple indeed. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. Synchronizing one's breath did not seem difficult, but in reality, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was even more difficult after one's strength had reached the golden core perfected level. Whether it was fighting or doing other things, everyone had their own familiar rhythm. The more powerful one was, the more obvious this rhythm would be. Once one broke away from their own rhythm, everything would become difficult. Originally, one's strength might be 10%, but in the end, they might only be able to use 60 to 70%, or even less. In all kinds of competitions in the secular world, there were always people who brought their opponents into their own rhythm and won in the end. Cases of the weak defeating the strong were not uncommon. In fact, this was the principle. Under such circumstances, to make 5 golden core perfected experts synchronize one's breath, the difficulty was obvious. Lin Yi did not believe that his opponents would deliberately sacrifice part of their strength to achieve this. Since his opponents dared to do this, there was only one possibility. The rhythm of these 5 golden core perfected experts was naturally synchronized. At least, the difference between them was negligible. Fight! In the face of his opponent's mountain-like pressure, Chi Wen-han did not want to be outdone. After a cold shout, the 4 heavens equal escorts beside him quickly formed an arrow formation, the arrowheads pointing straight at their opponents. What a strong spirit! Zhao Shanning could not help but praise. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency was indeed one of the 5 major escort agencies. Although it had only been a short time, the quality of these escorts was not the least bit inferior to the other 5 agencies. In particular, the arrow formation's spirit was threatening. It was obvious that they had trained a lot. However, what made Zhao Shanning slightly surprised was that among the 5 opponents, the strongest was undoubtedly Chi Wen-han. Logically speaking, he, the strongest person, should be the spearhead of the formation. Only by doing so would he be able to maximize the power of the arrow formation. However, the current situation was that not only was Chi Wen-han not the spearhead, he faintly felt that he was disconnected from the rest of the group. What was going on? Could it be that this young master did not usually train with the escorts, so he was not used to the arrow formation? This is a good opportunity. Cut them in half and separate them. The opportunity was fleeting. Zhao Shanning did not have much time to hesitate and immediately gave the order. Chapter 44-59. On the stage, the 5 Black Eagle escort masters roared angrily and exerted their strength. Instead of pressing forward, they changed their formation and moved in a straight line, instantly separating Chi Wen-han and the other 4. Bang! This time, Chi Wen-han was immediately isolated, completely drifting away from his own vanguard formation. The audience gasped in shock. Not to mention those who knew the ropes, even the layman who just wanted to watch the show knew that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was in a bad situation. Chi Wen-han, the young master, was the soul of the agency. He had to protect him closely, but in the blink of an eye, he had been isolated. They were outnumbered, and the initiative had completely fallen into the hands of their opponents. This way, they could do whatever they wanted, and the other 4 from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency could not even save them. How could this be? Chi Mingyuan's heart tightened when he saw this scene. He took 2 steps back from the judge's seat. If Chi Wen-han really died on the stage, how could he live? Head escort, please wait. In my opinion, this matter is not so simple. Wen-han should not be so brainless. Furthermore, young hero Ling is giving commands on the spot. Housekeeper Song, who had been guarding the area, quickly stopped him. Old Song, what you mean is? Chi Mingyuan immediately stopped in his tracks. He was confused because of his concern, but now that Housekeeper Song had reminded him, he immediately understood. With Ling Yi and Qi Wenhan's abilities, even if they were not a match for the Black Eagle escort agency, they should not be in such a passive position. Let's continue watching. I believe they will not disappoint you. Housekeeper Song nodded and did not say anything else. I hope so. Qi Mingyuan felt a little more at ease, but he was still a little worried. What were young hero Ling and his son up to? Please don't let anything go wrong. At this moment, on the stage, the situation was clear. Qi Wenhan was separated by his opponents. If he wanted to form a coordination with the other four, he would have to go through the encirclement of the 5 Golden Elixir Realm experts. This was practically 1 against 5. Even if Qi Wenhan was much stronger than the average Golden Elixir Realm expert, it was impossible for him to do such an exaggerated thing. At most, he could fight 1 against 2, and it was uncertain whether he could win in the end. If it was 1 against 5, it was practically asking for death. Capture the ringleader. Zhao Shaning, who was below the stage, hurriedly gave the order. He had been thinking about how to deal with Qi Wenhan since the beginning. Now that such a great opportunity had been placed in front of him, there was no reason for him to hesitate. After all, he had no friendship with the Equal of Heaven escort agency to begin with. Furthermore, this was not the time to be soft-hearted. While you're down, I'll take your life. The 5 experts of the Peak of Gold Core realm of the Black Eagle escort agency immediately formed a formation and prepared to take advantage of the situation to surround and kill Qi Wenhan. With their strength and this kind of ready-made opportunity, they did not need to waste their time at all. They only needed a moment to solve the problem. However, before they could do anything, on the other side, Qi Wenhan was already prepared. In an instant, he exploded with an extremely astonishing speed, retreating to the empty space behind him. At the same time, the other 4 Heaven's Equal escorts, who had formed an arrow formation, were also stunned. Instead, he took the initiative and aggressively charged towards one of the Black Eagle bodyguards. Even Zhao Shaning jumped in fright. His heart skipped a beat. The 2 sides had reacted in unison. Moreover, it was so fast. How was it possible that he was caught off guard? It was obvious that he had been accumulating power for a long time. That meant they were prepared for this. Could it be that they did this on purpose from the beginning? Zhao Shaning subconsciously glanced at Lin Yi in the distance. He knew that the Heaven's Equal escort agency's previous victories were all thanks to this person. In the previous round, it was also this person who was able to toy with the Noon Horse escort agency in the palm of his hand. Who knew what this person was planning this time? The reason why Zhao Shaning was able to achieve what he had today was not because he was arrogant and conceited. He was able to clearly weigh the weight of every person he had met. In his eyes, Lin Yi was undoubtedly an unfathomable person. Zhao Shaning didn't dare let his guard down in the slightest, afraid of falling into Lin Yi's trap. Fortunately, the 5 escorts he'd sent out were all cautious men. Even when they'd wanted to surround and kill Qi Wenhan, they hadn't messed up their formation. Otherwise, if they'd been ambushed by 4 Heaven's Equal escorts, one of them would have died on the spot. Come on, the gamble has already begun. Let's see if you're prepared to bet on big or small. Lin Yi looked at Zhao Shaning from afar and smiled faintly. On one side was Qi Wenhan, who was alone, and on the other side were the 4 Heaven's Equal escorts in the arrow formation. Zhao Shaning had to make a choice between the 2. This was the gamble that Lin Yi had set out. It was supposed to be a very simple matter, but because Qi Wenhan had escaped the encirclement, they had lost the opportunity to break through the situation. The situation had suddenly become complicated, and Zhao Shaning could not help but frown. First of all, the 4 Heaven's Equal escorts who had formed the arrow formation could not be left unguarded. The arrow formation was originally a formation with outstanding lethality. With the strength of these 4 people, if they were left alone, it would not be difficult for them to kill an expert in the Golden Elixir Great Perfection in an instant. Secondly, on the other side, Qi Wenhan could not be left unguarded. Zhao Shanning could see that this person's strength was much stronger than an ordinary expert of golden core consummation. If he allowed him to do as he pleased, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't let go of either side. Zhao Shanning could only choose to split his forces into two. One would deal with the arrow formation, and the other would deal with Qi Wenhan. As for how many people he would split up, he had to carefully consider it. On Qi Wenhan's side, it was obviously impossible to send only one person. If it was a one-on-one fight, he might be killed in minutes. Therefore, he needed at least two people. On the other side, facing the arrow formation of the four heavens equal escorts, Zhao Shanning did not dare to underestimate them. If there were less than 3 people, he might suffer a great loss. Vulture, Falcon, deal with Qi Wenhan. The other 3 hold off the other 4. Zhao Shanning ordered in a low voice. He was still eyeing the isolated Qi Wenhan like a tiger watching its prey. He was itching to make a move and swallow him up. However, at the same time, he was afraid of falling into Lin Yi's trap, so he did not dare to send more people to deal with Qi Wenhan. If the other party's killing move was hidden in the arrow formation of the 4, sending only 2 people to guard would not be sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. 2 people to deal with Qi Wenhan, and 3 people to deal with the arrow formation. This was the safest method in Zhao Shanning's eyes. Chapter 4460. On the other side, Lin Yi smiled as he watched the scene unfold. Bet on big, bet on small, and leave after you've made up your mind. Everyone in the audience was filled with interest as they raised their heads to look at the situation in the arena. Currently, it was still unclear who had the upper hand and who had the lower hand, but the scene was clear. The huge arena had unknowingly been divided into 2 halves. On one side, it was Qi Wenhan against 2, and on the other side, it was the vanguard formation against 4 against 3. After so many South Continent Escort Agency grand meetings, they had seen all kinds of escort agency duels, and they had seen all kinds of tragic battles, but this was the first time they had seen such a strange situation. Zhao Shanning suddenly clenched his fists. Although it was still a stalemate, and no matter how he looked at it, there was a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, and chills ran down his spine. This feeling was like falling into a swamp. At first, it was not dangerous, but as it sank deeper and deeper, it would be too late to regret it when it was discovered. Zhao Shanning's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he was about to change his strategy when the situation suddenly changed. Qi Wenhan was still fighting 1 against 2, but on the other side, both sides had one person seriously injured and rolled off the arena. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency sacrificed a peak Golden Elixir Realm late stage, but succeeded in exchanging the opponent's Golden Elixir Realm Great Attainment. This situation made everyone's eyelids twitch. Exchange, another exchange. Previously, they had gained the upper hand in the exchange of chess pieces, which had destroyed the last bit of the Horse Escort Agency's spirit and allowed them to crush their opponent and achieve a complete victory. Now, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was playing the same trick again, but this time, their opponent was the Black Eagle Agency. That's great. Young hero Ling is really amazing. In order to create this opportunity to exchange, you have really put in a lot of effort. Qi Mingyuan saw the situation and immediately felt relieved, and praised Ling Xian. Previously, he was still confused, but now that things had developed to this point, if he still could not see Lin Yi's plan, then he would not be able to sit in this position today. Although the strategy of exchanging pieces was simple, to achieve this, especially at the same time of exchanging pieces, it required real skills. After all, people were not fools. No one would be stupid enough to exchange an expert in the great perfection of the Gold Core realm for an expert in the peak of the Gold Core realm late stage. Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was only able to do this because of Lin Yi's formation and direction. If it wasn't for the arrow formation. Successfully creating a situation where they had the advantage of numbers meant that they wouldn't have the opportunity to exchange pieces. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Not bad. Not only did young hero Ling set up a brilliant trap, but Wen Han's performance was also commendable. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. Butler Song nodded repeatedly. Although the breakthrough point of this exchange was the four-man arrow formation, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the most crucial source of all this was Wen Han. If he had not successfully held back the two Golden Core Paragon experts, how could the other four people of the Equal of Heaven escort agency have the advantage in numbers? Especially when Wen Han was facing two Golden Core Paragon experts, he was able to remain calm from beginning to end. With ease, people could not help but sigh. This young master of the Equal of Heaven escort agency was indeed not an ordinary person. He was able to easily take on two people at the same realm. At least, ordinary people would definitely not be able to do this. Let him go 1v2, even though it seems a bit risky. Although it seems risky, it's still within this fellow's ability. As long as the other party doesn't act recklessly, there shouldn't be any danger. Qi Mingyuan nodded. He was no longer worried and nervous. Instead, he became more spirited. If this continued, the possibility of taking down the Black Eagle Agency was at least 60%, maybe even higher. Once they succeeded, the Equal of Heaven escort agency would be the first to take down one of the top 5 escort agencies. This was enough to give the entire escort agency a shot of adrenaline. At the same time, it would let everyone know that the Equal of Heaven escort agency was not an undeserved reputation. It was not a super dark horse that had gotten lucky. It was truly capable of becoming the overlord of the escort agencies. Oh no. In contrast, Zhao Shaning's mood was extremely heavy. In the eyes of the onlookers, the Black Eagle Agency had suffered a loss this time. However, there were still 4 people left in the arena. The Equal of Heaven escort agency had 3 Golden Core Paragon experts and 1 Peak Late Golden Core expert. The Black Eagle Agency, on the other hand, had 4 Golden Core Paragon experts. In terms of strength, they still had the upper hand. Even though this advantage was not great, it was enough to tip the scales of victory in the Black Eagle Agency's favor. At the very least, they would not be at a disadvantage. However, Zhao Shanning was not as shallow as the onlookers. He was not looking at the gains and losses of one city or one place. Instead, he was looking at the overall direction of the situation. It was obvious that after this exchange, the situation was already on the Equal of Heaven escort agency's side. On Wen Han's side, there were 2 Golden Core Paragon experts working together to besiege him. Even if they could not take him down in a short time, there was no need to worry too much. On the other hand, the Equal of Heaven escort agency's remaining 3 people could still form an arrow formation. On the other hand, the Black Eagle Agency's side only had 2 people left. The situation was not looking good. Previously, it was 3 against 4. Basically, they were not at a disadvantage. Now that it was 2 against 3, it was obvious that they could not handle it. What Zhao Shanning was really worried about was that the other party would use the same trick again and exchange a Peak Late Golden Core expert for a Golden Core Paragon expert. If that happened, they would completely lose the advantage. This was not impossible. In fact, it was highly possible. After all, the other party still had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, they held the initiative and were fully capable of launching another exchange. When that happened, all the people left in the arena would be Golden Core Paragon experts. Both sides would be fighting 1 against 2. However, although Wen Han had the strength to fight 1 against 2, the Black Eagle Agency's side could not do the same. They might even be killed by the 2 opponents in an instant. What should I do? Zhao Shanning was extremely anxious. At the same time, he looked at Lin Yi in the distance with extreme fear. Both sides were giving commands on the spot. Zhao Shaniying's side was taking one step at a time and looking 2 steps ahead. He was smarter than the average person. However, compared to this calm and composed young man, he was no different from a 3-year-old child. The other party was not just taking 1 step at a time and looking 2 steps ahead. Even before he made his move, he had already grasped everything in his hands. No, he had to quickly come up with a countermeasure. Zhao Shaniying did not dare to wait passively. Otherwise, if the other party really attacked again, he would not even have the chance to fight back. Chapter 44-61. This meant that he was prepared to attack the only remaining peak golden elixir realm expert of the Chitian escort agency. Vulture was an expert in speed. Both of them were peak golden elixir realm experts. Even if he could not defeat Qi Wenhan one-on-one, he should have no problem delaying Qi Wenhan for a short period of time. If Falcon turned around to help, it would become a 3-on-3. With a slight advantage in strength, it would not be difficult to take out the opponent's peak golden elixir realm expert first. Zhao Shaniying did not want to take any risks. He only wanted to use his advantage in strength to crush his opponent directly. But now, it was obvious that he no longer had this confidence. Qi Wenhan was slightly taken aback when he sensed the other party's intentions. He immediately wanted to stop this Black Eagle escort who was known as Falcon, but the other party did not want to tangle with him at all. With Vulture's protection, unless Qi Wenhan risked his life to exchange wounds with him, there was nothing he could do to him. Qi Wenhan's eyes flashed with some hesitation and struggle. Based on his tough personality, if it were any other situation, he would definitely not let Falcon go so easily. However, this was an escort agency competition, and he was the most crucial factor in determining the outcome of the competition. Risking his life was fine at any other time, but this was the only time he could not do it. "Brother Qi, don't hold back," Lin Yi suddenly shouted from below the stage. Qi Wenhan stared blankly for a moment, then immediately became spirited. Without caring about anything else, he leaped up and chased after Falcon. He raised his hand and used the most powerful absolute soul palm. This was his trump card. This sudden attack left everyone speechless. The crowd was left speechless. The Black Eagle escort on the stage, especially the Falcon guards, who could feel the murderous intent behind him. This is a good opportunity. Let's join forces and kill him. Zhao Shaniying roared calmly, as if he had already expected this. It was his original intention to let Falcon help on the other side, but at the same time, there was another meaning to it, to lure the snake out of its hole. And now it seemed. This move had obviously succeeded. As soon as Zhao Shaniying's voice fell, the 2 Black Eagle escorts closest to Qi Wenhan in the arena. Vulture and Falcon attacked at the same time, each using their strongest martial skills to attack Qi Wenhan. Falcon, who had been locked onto by Qi Wenhan's absolute soul palm, was doing his utmost to carry out Zhao Shaniying's orders. The outcome he faced was not only serious injuries, but it was very likely that he would die on the spot. However, he still chose to do so, which showed how much prestige Zhao Shaniying had in their hearts. As expected, he was not a simple opponent. Lin Yi gave Zhao Shaniying a look of appreciation. Qi Wenhan's situation on the stage was extremely dangerous. After all, he was facing an all-out counterattack from 2 opponents of the same level. If this continued, there was a 90% chance that he would be beaten to death. However, Lin Yi did not look anxious at all. He was still as calm as ever. Everyone in the audience gasped. Qi Wenhan and the other 2 had already finished exchanging their killing moves, and did not cancel each other out at all. Instead, all of them landed squarely on the opponent's body. Bang! Falcon was struck by Qi Wenhan's absolute soul palm. He didn't even let out a groan as he was sent flying out of the arena like a kite with its string cut. He didn't make a sound, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. But at the same time, Qi Wenhan didn't feel much better either. It must be known. Not only did he suffer Falcon's killing move, but he also suffered an extremely fierce claw on his back. This was Vulture's sneak attack. At the same time, he suffered the killing moves of two opponents at the peak of the Jindan stage. Even if Chi Wen-han was known as the little invincible of the Jindan stage, he couldn't bear it. Although he wasn't directly thrown out of the arena like Falcon, he spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. The scene was equally shocking. Wen-han. In the distance, Chi Mingyuan suddenly exclaimed, his heart burning with anxiety. Just now, he thought the situation was stable, but in the blink of an eye, it had become like this. This was his only son. How could he sit still? At this moment, without needing Zhao Shanying's instructions, Vulture, who was close to Chi Wen-han on the arena, did not hesitate to attack again. Take advantage of your illness, take your life. Chi Mingyuan was so scared that he jumped up. Chi Wen-han was already seriously injured. If he was clawed again, wouldn't that take his life? However, his opponent had underestimated Chi Wen-han's strength. After all, the little invincible of the Jindan stage was not an undeserved reputation. Even if he was seriously injured, he would not be a lamb for others to slaughter. Without waiting for Vulture's claw shadow to hit him again, Chi Wen-han didn't even turn his head. He turned his hand and unleashed the absolute soul palm that he had been preparing for a long time. He was already prepared for this. If he hadn't held back this time, Falcon, who had just been hit by him, would not have even had a full corpse left, let alone a chance to save his life. This time, Vulture was completely unprepared. In his eyes, Chi Wen-han was already a dead man. Who would have thought that this guy would still have the strength to counterattack and kill him? With two muffled sounds, Chi Wen-han and Vulture flew out at the same time, both falling off the arena. The entire arena was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about this. This young master of the Equal of Heaven escort agency was really tough. With his own strength, he had managed to take out two opponents at the peak of the Jindan stage. This was really tough. Wen-han. Chi Mingyuan immediately shouted and rushed down from the judge's stand. He looked at Chi Wen-han's face, which was as pale as paper, and he was on the verge of death. Chi Mingyuan's internal organs were on fire, and his eyes were about to bleed. Lin Yi, on the other hand, hadn't been idling around. He'd caught Chi Wen-han the moment he'd been knocked down from the arena, one hand on Chi Wen-han's back, his head lowered, not saying a word. To outsiders, Lin Yi seemed to be blaming himself and regretting Chi Wen-han's miserable fate. However, no one could have imagined that at this moment, Chi Wen-han was continuously flowing through Lin Yi's palm and into Chi Wen-han's body, rapidly healing his injuries. Healing injuries with Chi Wen-han had always been Lin Yi's forte. Now that his strength had advanced to the mid-stage of the Jindan stage, the effects of Chi Wen-han were incomparable. In the past, Chi Wen-han's near-death injuries would have taken at least half a day to heal. Now, however, it didn't even take 10 minutes. Wen-han. How are you? Chi Mingyuan no longer cared about his identity as a judge. He parted the crowd and rushed over. However, when he reached Zhou Donghuang, he was immediately stunned. Son, father, I'm fine. Chi Wen-han's face was calm as he stood up. Behind him, Lin Yi withdrew his hand without anyone noticing. Chi Mingyuan was speechless. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Just a moment ago, he was burning with anxiety. In the end, he was almost choked to death by his own son. Chapter 4462. Just now, he looked like he was on the verge of death. How could he look completely fine now? Even Chi Mingyuan was behaving like this. Needless to say, the rest of the people present had their mouths wide open. They looked at each other and stared at Chi Wen-han speechlessly. Especially Zhao Shanying of the Black Eagle Escort Agency, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Looking at his two Golden Core Realm experts lying on the ground, it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Then looking at Qi Wenhan, whom they had fought so hard to replace, there was no sign of injury at all. If this wasn't a ghost, then what was? Wenhan, are you really okay? Qi Mingyuan finally asked a proper question. He checked Qi Wenhan's injuries up and down with a face full of concern. The results shocked him. There was really no injury at all. Dad, don't worry. I'm really fine. Qi Wenhan stretched his arms and legs. He could move freely without any signs of injury. The audience was completely speechless. They looked at Qi Wenhan as if they were looking at a monster. Apart from shock, there was more shock. The strength of the Golden Core Realm experts of the Black Eagle Escort Agency was obvious to all. They were definitely not weak among those of the same level. However, Qi Wenhan had withstood the powerful killing moves of the two opponents. In particular, Vulture had taken the opportunity to scratch him twice. In the end, he had only rested for a while after being knocked out of the ring. On the other hand, it was unknown whether the two men from the Black Eagle Escort Agency were dead or alive. They were already exhaling more than they were inhaling. With such a stark contrast, anyone could see that even though they were all experts in the Golden Core Realm, they were still at the Golden Core Realm. Although they were all experts of the Golden Core Realm, the difference in strength was definitely not small. Some people even couldn't help but speculate that if this was not an arena battle, if it had been any other occasion, Qi Wenhan could have fought again in his current state. Who could stop him then? It seemed that the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was simply an invincible existence in the Golden Core Realm. Unbeknownst to everyone, Qi Wenhan, who was a legend in the audience, was also confused at this moment. However, he could guess that it was Lin Yi's trick, so he cooperated with him very tacitly. Qi Wenhan is actually so strong. Could it be that he was hiding his true strength in the past? Long Kiba looked at this scene. He couldn't help but frown deeply. Due to the conflict between the Dragon Boat Escort Agency and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he had dealt with Qi Wenhan many times. He had always known that Qi Wenhan was not weak. But he never knew that it could be this strong. That's right. This is a little troublesome. What if this fellow replaces the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency when the helmsman of the escort agency challenges him? Counselor, what do you think? Qing Haonan was also a little worried. His target had always been Lin Yi, but he didn't expect that someone like Qing Yaojin would suddenly appear and ruin his plan. That would be troublesome. There's nothing to worry about. However, Wu Baoliang laughed cruelly and snorted coldly. I carefully observed his martial skills just now, and the power is only average. He couldn't even kill an opponent of the same level twice in a row. How strong can he be? You're right, Counselor. Qing Haonan and Long Kiba nodded repeatedly. Because Lin Yi didn't personally fight, they didn't observe so carefully. Hearing Wu Baoliang's words, they immediately felt relieved. The minimum requirement to be invincible at the same level was to be able to kill an opponent of the same level in one move. Qi Wenhan couldn't even do this, so it was obvious that his strength was only a so-so. Not only that, the two escorts from the Black Eagle Escort Agency obviously reserved some strength for defense and didn't attack with all their strength. That's why Qi Wenhan managed to escape. Otherwise, with his strength, if he was really attacked by two people in the exceptional Gold Core realm, do you think he could really survive? Wu Baoliang sneered. That's right. Both of us can't see clearly, but Counselor can see clearly. This kid is really nothing to worry about. Both of us are worrying too much. Ha 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 ha. Qing Haonan and Long Kiba looked at each other and laughed. Just as the three of them were discussing, the situation in the arena had become completely clear. After Qi Wenhan successfully exchanged 1 for 2, it was 3 against 2. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's advantage was obvious. Under these circumstances, even without Lin Yi's guidance, the three skyward escorts were already in an invincible position. They were all experienced members of the escort agency, after all, and even if they weren't as explosive as Qi Wenhan, they'd at least be able to hold their ground. It wasn't a problem for them to hold their ground. In the end, there was only one person left in the arena. He was the only Golden Core Realm expert in the late stage. He didn't disappoint and represented the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to have the last laugh. Faced with this result, the audience was speechless for a long time. Although no one died in this arena battle, a total of 9 people were eliminated. Among them, except for Qi Wenhan, all of them were seriously injured. The intensity of the battle was evident. In this battle, the Black Eagle Escort Agency sent 5 experts of the Golden Elixir realm to fight. The strength they displayed was not weak, but they still lost in the end. Although they lost, it was still a loss. Perhaps the crowd would still feel sorry for them, but the points would not be discounted. In the 5th round of the Escort Agency Championship, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency accepted 2 challenges and won both of them. With a dazzling 870 points, they continued to lead the leaderboard, leaving the other 31 escort agencies far behind. Everyone in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency cheered and celebrated. They surrounded Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi, the 2 greatest contributors to their success. They cheered and jumped for joy, unable to contain their excitement. At that moment, the head escort of the Black Eagle Agency, Xiao Shaning, slowly walked to the front of the crowd under the watchful eyes of the audience. The crowd immediately quieted down and looked at Xiao Shaning cautiously. This person was able to single-handedly rebuild the Black Eagle Agency and was undoubtedly a formidable character. He had come here with a vengeance, but in the end, he was trampled to the ground by his own Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Faced with such a cruel blow, who knew what he would do next? "You're Lin Yi." Xiao Shaning walked up to Lin Yi and looked him up and down. "That's right. What advice do you have for me?" Lin Yi's expression was calm as he looked him up and down. "You flatter me. I've finally realized something today. The reason why the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was able to rise so quickly was not because of luck, but because of real strength." Xiao Shaning bowed his head to Lin Yi and said in front of everyone, "I'm convinced of your strength in today's battle. You are indeed stronger than my Black Eagle Agency." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd broke into a flurry of discussion. Chapter 4463. Although the Black Eagle Escort Agency was not one of the top 5 escort agencies, it was recognized as one of the top 5 escort agencies. Now that it had lowered its head to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, it was clear that the latter's strength was extraordinary. "Chief Escort Zhao, you're exaggerating. Your Black Eagle Escort Agency is not bad either." Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan looked at each other. In fact, if it were not for Lin Yi's strategy, it would be hard to say who would win the battle. The possibility of the Black Eagle Escort Agency having the last laugh was definitely not lower than that of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. "Next time, we won't lose." Xiao Shaning smiled confidently. After cupping his hands at Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan, he turned around and returned to the Black Eagle Escort Agency's camp to prepare for the next battle. Haha, this man is really ambitious. He can afford to lose, but he can also afford to lose. Lin Yi looked at his back and nodded. There were many people in the world who could afford to win, but few could afford to lose. This Xiao Shaning should not be underestimated. Yes, this man is indeed not simple. Although he lost to us this time, he will definitely have a place in the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance in the future. Qi Wenhan agreed. Unless it was someone who had a close relationship with him, Lin Yi would not pay too much attention to insignificant people. However, this time was an exception. He was a little interested in the Black Eagle Escort Agency, especially Xiao Shaning. After a short while, an announcement from the judging team shocked everyone again. The Black Eagle Escort Agency challenges the Four Seas Escort Agency. The crowd was in an uproar. Even a calm person like Lin Yi could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard the announcement. The focus immediately fell on Zhao Shanning. First, he challenged the brilliant super dark horse of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. In the end, he lost by one person. In a single battle, he lost 5 experts in the Golden Core realm in the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance. Regardless of whether he died or not, at least these 5 people were definitely crippled in this year's South Continent Escort Agency Grand Meet. Such a price. Even those traditional wealthy families could not afford it, not to mention the newly reorganized Black Eagle Escort Agency. Everyone thought that Zhao Shanning would at least lay low for a period of time, and then pick up a soft persimmon to get back the points that he had just lost. Never had he imagined that this fellow would actually be unyielding to such an extent. He didn't even want to take a break and directly issued another challenge. Moreover, the target of his challenge was actually the traditional overlord of the Four Seas Escort Agency. At this moment, almost everyone had the same question in their minds. Where did Zhao Shanning get his confidence from? Although the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was in the limelight this time, in terms of absolute strength, the traditional overlord, the Four Seas Escort Agency, was definitely stronger. This was a widely acknowledged fact. Moreover, his Black Eagle Escort Agency couldn't even defeat the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. How dare they take the initiative to challenge the Four Seas Escort Agency? Wasn't this giving up on themselves? Is he prepared to cut off all means of retreat? He does have the bearing of an ambitious and ruthless character. Lin Yi commented with slight admiration. After losing to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, the Black Eagle Escort Agency's points had dropped from 220 to 120. If they were to lose to the Four Seas Escort Agency again, they would only be left with 20 points. Even if they were not directly eliminated, it wouldn't make much of a difference. This result was a huge blow to the Black Eagle Escort Agency, which was determined to return to the ranks of the top 5 escort agencies. Especially for Zhao Shanning, it was simply a disaster. He might not even be able to hold on until the next South Continent Escort Agency Grand Festival. The entire agency might have already collapsed. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Yi was in Zhao Shanning's position, he might not have the courage to challenge the Four Seas Escort Agency. Although this was the last chance for the Black Eagle Escort Agency to rise again, they had just experienced a defeat. Not to mention the great loss of strength, even their morale was at a low. What were the chances of winning if they challenged the Four Seas Escort Agency now? Trying to use the Four Seas Escort Agency as a stepping stone. There must be something wrong with this guy's brain. What wishful thinking. Boundless Zhonghai snorted disdainfully and glanced at Zhao Shanning in the distance. He originally thought that this person had some ability. If he was more sensible, it would not be impossible to help the Black Eagle Escort Agency become one of the top 5. But now, it seemed that Zhao Shanning was just an arrogant person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After a while, both sides were ready. When they appeared, there was an uproar in the audience. On the stage were the participating escorts, all of whom were experts in Golden Core perfection. It was not strange for the Four Seas Escort Agency to send out 5 Golden Core perfection experts. However, the Black Eagle Escort Agency had just lost 5 Golden Core perfection experts. Now, they immediately sent out another 5. Such a move was a little shocking. It could be seen that the Black Eagle Escort Agency's slogan of returning to the top 5 escort agencies was not just for show. So what if you have 5 Golden Core perfection experts? Even among experts of the same level, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. A random escort from a grassroots escort agency like you dares to challenge the elite escorts of my Four Seas Escort Agency. Do you think you're worthy? Boundless Sea sneered. Zhao Shanning had great confidence in his escorts, but Boundless Sea, as the undisputed hegemon of the traditional guilds, had even more confidence than Zhao Shanning. No matter how disdainful Boundless Sea was, in the eyes of most people, this escort agency competition was definitely a battle between the strong. The 2 matches in a row were hot-blooded battles of the top 5. The spectators, who had traveled thousands of miles to watch the show, cheered in satisfaction. In reality, this duel did not disappoint the crowd. From the very beginning, the situation on both sides had become extremely tense. Unlike the nimble tactics of the Equal of Heaven escort agency, both sides followed very traditional battle tactics. When the mutual deception and deception on the tactical level had dissipated, the only thing that remained was the desperate fight of the escorts on the arena. It was a bloody battle. This was truly a bloody battle. Blood constantly spilled on the stage. The escorts from both sides were eliminated one after another. Those who were heavily injured and on the verge of death could be considered lucky. Among them, 5 died on the spot. In the end, there was only one person left on the stage. This time, it was the Black Eagle escort agency who had the last laugh. Looking at the blood-soaked Black Eagle escort standing on the stage, watching his swaying figure on the verge of collapsing, the entire Cold Magic Plaza fell silent. After 2 tough battles in a row, they had first lost to the Heaven's Equal escort agency. Now, they had dramatically regained their dignity against the 4 Seas escort agency, which was even more powerful. No one knew what to say about such a miraculous turn of events. Chapter 44-64. On the other side, Boundless Sea, who was sitting in the middle of the judging panel, watched all of this from afar. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He still couldn't believe it. How could the elites of the 4 Seas escort agency lose? He could only watch as the 4 Seas escort agency's points plummeted from 240 to 140. No matter how much Boundless Sea didn't believe it, he could only helplessly accept reality. Sent motherfucker. This bullshit Black Eagle escort agency lost to the Heaven's Equal escort agency, and now they're venting their anger on the 4 Seas escort agency. How preposterous. Wah! Boundless Sea gnashed his teeth in anger. His first reaction wasn't to hate Zhao Shanning, but to glare at the distant Lin Yi with hatred. He cursed in his heart, Ling 1, Heaven's Equal escort agency, I won't let you have it easy. I won't. Just you wait. Lin Yi naturally didn't know that this person was such a weirdo. As the head escort of a traditional overlord, he didn't even have this much bearing. Moreover, he was venting his anger on him for no reason. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he knew what Boundless Sea was thinking right now, his first thought would be that Boundless Sea had gone crazy, that he was hopeless, that he was a classic case of paranoia. Of course, Lin Yi didn't know what Boundless Sea was thinking. He didn't care about what Boundless Sea was thinking. Boundless Sea was the overlord of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance, but in Lin Yi's eyes, he didn't have any weight to speak of. He was just an arrogant passerby. That was all. Some were happy, some were sad. After the intense battle between the Black Eagle Escort Agency and the 4 Seas Escort Agency, the 5th round of the Escort Agency competition continued. As long as there was a chance for them to advance further, no matter how small, no one was willing to fall behind. After all, the ranking of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance would directly determine their business prospects for the next 5 years. This was their rice bowl. And in these battles, for a time, the one in the limelight wasn't the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency or the 4 Seas Escort Agency, but the Black Eagle Escort Agency under Zhao Shanning. The Dark Hawk Escort Agency's arena battles were too intense. After fighting head-on against the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the 4 Seas Escort Agency, although they had used up their right to initiate challenges twice, they still had 2 chances to be challenged. He did not know if someone was deliberately instructing them, or if these escort agencies really wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Black Eagle escort agency's vitality was greatly weakened, so that they could quickly step on them. In any case, the two chances to be challenged were used up in less than an hour. Although the opponents of these two battles were not as gimmicky as the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Four Seas Escort Agency, they were not weak either. At least, they were stable escort agencies that were above average. On the other hand, the mysterious Eagle Escort Agency had already used up a total of 10 experts in the Golden Elixir Realm consummation, so it was impossible for them to send out such a strong lineup again. In both battles, there was only one expert in the Golden Elixir Realm consummation. However, even so, the Black Eagle Escort Agency still managed to have the last laugh. Even if the team that Zhao Shanning brought up was not a first-line lineup, it was enough to defeat these mid-tier escort agencies. They still appeared to be at ease and unassailable. In the 4 battles, apart from losing to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency at the beginning, the next 3 battles included the Four Seas Escort Agency. They won all of them, and the Black Eagle Escort Agency's points shot up to 420 points. Previously, they were in a precarious position. But now, they had entered the top 5, and were in 4th place. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the other major escort agencies had also obtained a significant number of points, the Black Eagle Escort Agency's results would have been in the top 3 before. On the other hand, as the host of this year's conference, the Four Seas Escort Agency was already in 3rd place after the first 4 rounds. Now that they had suffered a blow from the Black Eagle Escort Agency, even if they won 2 battles in a row, they were still unable to reverse their decline. They were in 5th place with 340 points, and were trampled by the Black Eagle Escort Agency. Facing this helpless result, Boundless Sea was seething with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that the escort agency's helmsman had challenged them at the bottom, giving him a chance to make a comeback and still feeling that he could still control the situation, he would have probably flown into a rage on the spot. In reality, in the 5th round of the Escort Agency Championship, the Four Seas Escort Agency was the same as the other 5 major escort agencies. They had only fought 3 battles, and used up 2 of their rights to challenge and 1 of their rights to be challenged. As for the remaining 1 of their rights to be challenged, it was only for show. After all, not every escort agency was as aggressive as the Black Eagle Escort Agency, and not every person in charge of an escort agency was as bold as Zhao Shanning. Asking them to take the initiative to challenge the Four Seas Escort Agency was a foolish thing that would obviously result in them losing points. They might as well just let them die. In comparison, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Black Eagle Escort Agency, which were also part of the 5 major escort agencies, were much luckier. Because they were more or less looked down upon, their 2 rights to be challenged were not wasted at all, and they delivered a full 200 points to their doorstep. This made the other 5 escort agencies so envious that their eyeballs were about to bleed. Especially Boundless Sea. He had long since regarded 1st place as his in the bag. Now that the 5th round of the Escort Agency Championship was about to end, not only was he unable to close the gap between him and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, but the gap was growing wider and wider. Now, he was being trampled under the feet of the Black Eagle Escort Agency. How could he endure this? Before this, whether it was the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency or the Black Eagle Escort Agency, the public's opinion was always mixed. They were not like the traditional powerhouses like the Four Seas Escort Agency, who were full of praise for them. They felt that these 2 agencies were just nouveau riche with no foundation and could only be proud of themselves for a while. But now, no one would harbor such foolish thoughts. Not only did the Black Eagle Escort Agency's points surpass the Four Seas Escort Agency's, more importantly, they had defeated the Four Seas Escort Agency in the highly prestigious Escort Agency Championship, and this was under the premise that they had fought against the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. If this was considered as having no foundation, then what was the Four Seas Escort Agency? As a result, the Black Eagle Escort Agency's strength was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, enough to become the consensus of the public. Everyone knew that this newly reorganized grassy escort agency's strength was not to be underestimated. At the same time, this also proved another thing: the Heavens Equal escort agency's strength was even greater. The Four Seas escort agency became the Black Eagle escort agency's stepping stone, and the Black Eagle escort agency became the Heavens Equal escort agency's touchstone. The stronger the Four Seas escort agency was, the more it proved that the Heavens Equal escort agency was truly invincible. Chapter 44-65. From this, one could see that the Heavens Equal escort agency's current lead in the leaderboard was due to their true strength, and not some so-called luck. As a matter of fact, there was no logic to the argument of dogs hit luck. It was not the first time that the South Continent Escort Agency Gala had been held, and the intensity and cruelty of the competition had long exceeded the level of an ordinary competition. Under such circumstances, if a weak escort agency could emerge and laugh all the way to the end purely by sheer luck, was it possible? If that really happened, it could only mean that the 32 South Continent's escort agencies were all fake goods, and none of them were truly wealthy. Otherwise, if there was a truly powerful escort agency, they would not have allowed a clown to take first place. That would be a disgrace to the entire South Continent's escort agency alliance. Accompanied by a wave of heavy sounds of the gong, the fifth round of the escort agency competition finally came to an end. After this round of the Law of the Jungle, the situation on the scoreboard had become even more clear and obvious. The first place on the leaderboard was, without a doubt, the Heavens Equal escort agency, which had surpassed all the other escort agencies behind it with a ridiculously high score of 1,070 points. After eliminating the Black Eagle escort agency with much difficulty, Chi Wenhan still held the precious right to initiate 2 challenges in his hands. Naturally, he would not let it go to waste for no reason. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose to make a move on the 2 middle-ranked escort agencies. Without any surprises or danger, he obtained 200 points. Only then did his points reach the staggering 4-digit number of Long Feng Wenxue. In fact, after witnessing the Black Eagle agency trampling over the Four Seas escort agency, Chi Wenhan had thought of adding insult to injury. However, after the previous perilous experience, his father, Chi Mingyuan, was afraid that something might go wrong, and was determined not to let him fight personally. The series of fierce battles had already exhausted much of his strength. If Chi Wenhan did not fight personally, it would be difficult for him to win against the flustered and exasperated Four Seas escort agency. Even if they had Lin Yi as their coach, it would not be enough unless Lin Yi personally fought. However, that was impossible. After all, there was still another round of challenges for the leader of the escort agency. Lin Yi was in the eye of the storm, and so many people were eyeing him with malicious intent. The Heavens Equal escort agency was followed by the Divine Wind escort agency and the Great Sky escort agency. These 2 veteran escort agencies were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. The Dark Eagle escort agency, which had recently gained strength, was right behind them. He was ranked 4th. As for the ambitious Four Seas escort agency, the publicly acknowledged tyrant of South Continent's escort agencies, they had no choice but to face the awkward situation of being in 5th place. Even with Boundless Sea's thick skin, when someone's gaze swept over him, even if it was just a casual glance, he would feel a burning sensation and be too embarrassed to face anyone. All of this was caused by Ling Yi and the Equal Heaven escort agency. Boundless Sea's heart bled. He gritted his teeth and cursed viciously. Other than that, there was nothing else he could do. He could only hope that the upcoming good show would go as he wished. At the same time that he killed Ling Yi and the Heavens Equal escort agency, his Four Seas escort agency would be able to snatch back the limelight and continue to be the overlord of the escort agencies. Although the Four Seas escort agency was in an awkward situation, in comparison. Being able to barely get on the last train of the 5 great escort agency meant that they were able to keep their last shred of shame. The truly pitiful one was the South Gate escort agency. Previously, it had been one of the 5 great escort agency. But now, after 5 rounds of competition, they were ranked 6th. They had been forced out of the ranks of the 5 great escort agency, instantly losing the halo of a powerhouse and becoming a second-rate escort agency. They couldn't even cry. According to this ranking, it could be foreseen that the future structure of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance would undergo a huge change. Among this change, only 2 escort agencies would be the true winners. One was the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, and the other was the Dark Eagle Escort Agency. Among them, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's gains were the most exaggerated. This could be seen from the way the managers looked at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Many of these people were clients of the traditional powerhouses of the Four Seas Escort Agency. However, it looked like they would soon become history. If everything went according to plan, after the South Continent Escort Agency Grand Meet, the huge orders placed on the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's head would undoubtedly reach an astronomical figure. It would be at least a few times more than the previous years, perhaps even dozens of times more. The more orders there were, the more spiritual jades there would be. The more spiritual jades there were, the more powerful escorts they would be able to recruit, rapidly increase their strength, and obtain more orders. This was a snowball effect. Once things got on the right track, no one would be able to stop the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency from rising. However, before that, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had to overcome another hurdle, the upcoming challenge of the agency's helmsman. Just like the 5th round of the Escort Agency Grand Meet, this was also a duel in which each agency had to bet 100 points. The only difference was that this was a one-on-one challenge specifically targeted at the Golden Core stage executives of each agency. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of challenges. This sort of competition did not test the agency's overall strength. Instead, it was entirely dependent on the individual's performance. Luck played a huge part. If an agency was unlucky enough to be challenged by the experts of other agencies, the slightest mistake could lead to the agency's collapse. 100 points per battle, and there was no limit to the number of challenges. No matter how many points they had, they would not be able to afford to lose. Although the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's current 4-digit points were daunting, it was hard to say if they could safely survive the next round. Perhaps they would fall from the clouds into the abyss. One moment, they were at the peak of their power, but the next moment, they would be nothing more than a flash in the pan. As long as the dust hadn't truly settled, there were still variables. Even though the top 5 escort agencies were obvious on the leaderboard, because of the extra segment at the end, even the losers, like the Southgate Escort Agency, still had a chance of making it to the top 5. Who would be ranked among the top 5 agencies and who would have the last laugh? Everything was still up in the air. Alright, on behalf of the judging panel, I will now announce the rules for the final challenge of the agency's helmsman. Boundless Sea suppressed the hatred in his heart and stood up to announce to the crowd, the rules are very simple. The first challenger will be decided by drawing lots. He can challenge any Golden Core stage executive of any agency. The winner of each round can choose to continue the challenge. Of course, he can also choose to forfeit. If the winner forfeits, the right to challenge will be transferred to the loser. If the loser chooses to forfeit, then a new lot will be drawn. The crowd broke into a flurry of discussion. At least on the surface, the rules seemed fair. At the very least, the challenges were not unbridled and completely reckless. Chapter 4466. If the lot drawing process can be guaranteed to be fair and no one tampered with the results, then it sounds reasonable. Everyone will rely on their own strength and luck. There's nothing much to say. Chi Wen-han stared blankly. He had thought that since this challenge was aimed at his own escort agency, it would be as shameless as possible. He didn't think that this rule would sound so righteous and irresponsible. Chi Wen-han was most worried about his own escort agency being ganged up on. Taking turns to wear them down was something even an immortal made of steel wouldn't be able to handle. However, Boundless Sea's rule basically eliminated the possibility of taking turns to wear them down, unless someone won against him or Ling won and kept challenging them. But this way, the other side would also be fighting continuously. Both sides would be on the same starting line. Who would emerge as the victor would be decided by their fists. Brother Chi, do the other escort agencies also have Golden Core stage executives? Lin Yi wasn't so optimistic and suddenly asked. This. Chi Wen-han was at a loss for words. The little bit of joy and excitement he felt from winning the 5th round of the escort agency tournament vanished in an instant. With an ugly expression, he said, I don't know the specifics, but it shouldn't be much. Looks like it. Boundless Sea was probably aiming for this from the start. Lin Yi glanced at the nearby Boundless Sea. At the same time, he glanced at Qing Haonan's group of 3, who were giving him strange looks. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that these two groups had some sort of connection. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any connection between the two groups. However, Lin Yi's intuition had always been accurate. He could see some clues from their expressions. A moment later, the judging panel picked out the names of all the Golden Core stage executives from the escort agencies and announced it to the public. Sure enough, out of all 32 escort agencies, only 12 of them had Gold Core stage executives, which was less than half of them. Even though the audience had some idea, they were still shocked when they saw this number. Among the 12 escort agencies, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was the most eye-catching. The young master Chi Wen-han and honorary escort head Ling Wan were both on the list. Apart from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, the other 5 major escort agencies, including the newly established Black Eagle Escort Agency, were not on the list. The remaining 11 escort agencies were mostly middling escort agencies. They were neither too strong nor too weak. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency was also one of them. This kind of situation was not difficult to understand. There were many experts among those powerful escort agencies, and it was possible that any ordinary escort had the strength of the late Gold Core stage and above. This was especially so for the Four Seas Escort Agency and the Black Eagle Escort Agency. The number of Golden Core Paragon experts they had was more than enough to count with 2 hands. As the higher-ups, if they didn't even have the strength of the original infant stage, how could they convince the masses? As for the weaker escort agencies, they were small in scale and didn't have positions such as young head of escort, deputy head of escort, elder, military advisor, and the like. There was no need to set up such positions at all, as it would only result in the decentralization of power. Under normal circumstances, a small escort agency would have at most 1 or 2 other escorts in addition to the chief escort. There were no other senior executives. Although the South Continent Escort Agency Festival was a big event, and most of the escort agencies had sent out their elites, it was impossible for them to leave no one behind. At least one escort would be left behind to take care of the rear. As a result, in the list of escorts reported by most of the smaller escort agencies, there was only the chief escort leading the team. It was like a commander without an army. Since he was the chief escort of an escort agency, he couldn't be an expert at the Golden Core stage. Nascent Soul stage was the minimum requirement, so he naturally wasn't on the list. Moreover, there were some escort agencies that were special, but like the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, they had a young escort. Their strength was most likely at the Golden Core stage, but the problem was that most of them were guarding the rear. They couldn't send people all the way here at the last minute, could they? That wasn't realistic. Even if these escort agencies agreed, the festival couldn't wait that long. There weren't any first-rate escort agencies, nor any low-end escort agencies. The most likely ones to have Golden Core higher-ups were those middling escort agencies. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency was the only exception. This was Boundless Sea's original intention in proposing this challenge. By proposing this rule, an escort agency like the Four Seas Escort Agency, which didn't have any Golden Core higher-ups, was naturally invincible. They were the only ones who could challenge others, while others couldn't do anything to them. They could attack or retreat as they pleased. On the contrary, the 12 escort agencies, including the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, had become the real prey. As long as they were interested, they could pounce and take a bite. If it wasn't enough, they could take a second bite, or a third bite. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had the strength to do so. If they weren't strong enough, not only would they not be able to take a bite out of the prey, but they would also be kicked half to death. Qi Wenhan frowned. Although the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined, it wasn't much better either. Among the 12 prey on the list, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was not only the strongest, but also the one that attracted the most attention. It was almost certain that they would be targeted by others. However, Lin Yi didn't seem worried at all. Even though he knew that this so-called escort agency leader challenge was aimed at him, he didn't take it to heart. The only thing he cared about was whether he had a chance to kill Wu Baoliang. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint me. Lin Yi looked at Wu Baoliang's name on the public list and couldn't help but smile. The conference was about to end, but he still couldn't get a chance to fight Wu Baoliang. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't anxious at all. After all, who was willing to waste time in the South Continent for Wu Baoliang? But now, this additional challenge would make him the target of everyone, but at the same time, it gave him a chance to challenge Wu Baoliang. In comparison, Lin Yi felt that it was a good deal. Anyway, with his current strength, he was absolutely invincible in the Golden Core stage. No matter how many people came to challenge him, they would just be giving away points. It was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Lin Yi was so calm, Qi Wenhan couldn't help but be speechless. He admired Lin Yi's strength, but he didn't know how strong Lin Yi was. In the face of such a situation, it was impossible for him not to panic. However, even if he panicked, it was useless. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the escort agency leader challenge officially began. The first thing to do was to draw lots. 5 judges supervised together, and there were countless pairs of eyes watching from below the stage to ensure that no one could cheat.